All right. Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe, everybody. I am, of course, Dago. Today, it is March 28th, 2025. It's Friday, folks. TGIF to all of you hard workers out there. And thank you all for joining us today and getting your day started with us, guys. Today, we're jumping back into the coffee and a cold case series. We got two situations here that are both very wild, crazy, and interesting at the same time, and very sad too. The Dardine family, with the first one we're looking into, just horrible, horrible situation that is completely unsolved to this day, and it's quite old, I'll say. And once we get through that one, we're going to jump into what happened to the Jack family as well. So again, thank you guys so much for joining me today. I appreciate you all so very much. Mama Bear will be here with us shortly. Once again, guys, please make sure to hit the like button. Share this out. Spread the word. Let everybody know what we're doing. Bring them on in. We got plenty of room. Amen. Let's do this thing. You know what comes next, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Again, thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you're all having a great day today. Friday, TGIF Friday. Sorry, we're running a little late today, guys. I had to go into makeup today. Come out of makeup. I gave myself a black eye, folks. Is that one? Yeah, this one. You can see it there. I was rubbing my eyes. My allergies are starting to act up a little bit crazy. Yeah, and all this here is black. You can still see it, even though I put a little bit of that foundation crap. It's pretty dark, but anyway, I gave myself a black eye. I'm like, well, I better cover that up a little bit. I don't want to look too bad in there. Not that it's going to help much anyway. I already look bad, so it is what it is. Like I said, Mama Bear is going to be joining us today. I want to thank you guys all again for joining us last night. It was another amazing show last night in there, guys. We did hit 10,000 subscribers again. And then it back down to 9,998. So somebody out there is just playing a game. They want to make it hard. They want to make it hard. And that's okay. It's okay. I'll find some other peeps. I will find some other peeps. That's a fact. I want to thank anybody and everybody that has made super chats and super stickers. God bless. You guys are amazing. Anybody that's donated to the PayPal there, the Cash App, and or the Venmo. Guys, please understand we don't ever expect that from any of you. It is beyond appreciated when you do choose to support us in that way, because it does help me to keep these bills paid so that I can come out here on StreamYard, internet, and all the other little things we use to do what we do in here, because that's what it's for, folks. And I appreciate anybody that donates to those, by the way. Never expected, but always appreciated, and God bless. I want to thank you all for the community and the channel support that you've all given me. There's so many people in here that have been here for 2, 3, 4 years. I love each and every one of you. I couldn't do this, nor would I be here without you. You guys are amazing. I do appreciate you. More than you know. This is family to me. This is our community. We've built this amazing community together. I'm so very proud of it, and all of you. I want to thank my Blue Crew. I couldn't do this without them. That's a fact. They do so much for me and this channel and this community. They are all so very amazing, and I absolutely appreciate each and every single one of you and all of them for doing this. Again, I 4 years I've been out here. 3 years I've been doing true crime. Um, I couldn't, guys, and I wouldn't if it wasn't for you guys. I wouldn't be here. I'd be doing something else. I promise you that. So God bless each and every one of you. Know that I love you all from my heart. Each and every one of you for being here. So thank you so very much. Stormy just gifted 5 new memberships to the sauce. Looks like 5 new meatballs in the house. Alessandra Cousiner. Congratulations, Miss Kimberly. Amanda Smith. Answer 42. I love that name. All of you, congrats and welcome to the sauce. It's wonderful to have you guys here with us. We appreciate you all so very much. Again, God bless. And thank you so much, Stormy, for that. You're an amazing, amazing person and an amazing part of this team and this community. We appreciate you, Stormy. God bless again. So very generous. Who else do we have in here with us since we're doing this? It looks like, of course, Stormy. We know Stormy's in here. SRBBBB. Another one of my members of my amazing blue crew, Miss Sassy Cassie. Another one there. Thank you so much. Josie West, great to see you today, dear. God bless, and thank you for being here. I hope you're doing okay. Christy Nevada, welcome back to you. Let's see here. Miss Bonnie Bailey, hello and welcome, Miss Bonnie. Wonderful to see you, my dear. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We appreciate you so much. And I hope you're doing okay, Bonnie. We love you. One Made Nut, Eddie, welcome back, brother. Thank you so much for joining us last night. And every day that you've been here, brother, I appreciate you so much. It's wonderful to have you here. And wonderful that you're part of this community, this team, this family, brother. We appreciate you. Captain Jank, same to you, brother. Good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Let's see what else we got. Miss Michelle Epple, welcome back. Good to see you, Michelle. Come on in. Alicia J's in the house. Another one of my amazing blue crewers. Couldn't do it without you. We love you, Alicia. Thank you for being here. Mikey, my brother, you know it. I don't even have to tell you, bro. You know. Amazing. And another amazing one of these team members here I couldn't be here without. Paula Fitzhenry, welcome and good morning, dear. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great day. Let me see. Come on down. Miss Lacey, welcome back. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Good afternoon to you. The Dragonfly's in the house. Good to see you, Dragonfly. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Chris, thank you for being here. And thank you for sending me everything you send me, Chris. I do appreciate you so very much, my friend. God bless. Very much appreciated. Let me see. We got lucky. The other Miss Josie joined us yesterday. A couple shows. It was great to see Josie back as well. Trish Crow, always a pleasure today. Great to see you today. Wonderful to have you here. Again, good morning, all you amazing peeps. Wonderful to have you here, guys. Hit that like button, please, and share this out if you could on your way through that door. The first case, guys, again, what we're looking at is the Dardine family. And it's a really horrible situation. The secondary case is a missing indigenous family, the Jack family. And it's so strange. It's beyond strange, guys. So I've been trying to put out or get involved with a little bit more of putting out some information on some of these missing indigenous people, families, and so on and so forth, because they don't get anywhere near enough airplay. They don't get seen enough, heard enough, and there's just so many of them, and it's horrible. So I will be trying to add more of that to what I do here to try to make more noise about it, guys. It needs to happen. Thank you, Stormy. Really needs to happen. Mama Bear, yes, we will be dual streaming. I did fix that problem. If Mama Bear can get up here and to do it, if she's having technical problems. Mrs. Dago helped me to fix the problem that we were having here, and it's all good to go now, guys. God bless, and I love her. She knows that. Yes, so we will be dropping. In fact, I'm going to do it right now. 1 minute, everyone. One minute. There it is. I'm going to go ahead and pin Mama Bear's link in the chat now and get that over with. And you guys can, when she jumps in here, you guys can start hopping over there and hitting the like button, subscribing if you have not yet. Hit that notification bell. And please do the same here if you haven't. Just like Miss Stormy just asked nicely and kindly, like she does, please subscribe, share this out, hit the notification bell. I don't want you guys to miss anything we do in here. And I don't think you would want to miss it either, because every time we're here together, it's always a great thing. So come on down. There's Mom Bear's link right there, too. Miss Taylor's in the house. Welcome back. Good to see ya. Oh, I was going to finish that too, wasn't I? I'll pick that up tomorrow. I'm sorry, you guys. I'll do that tomorrow morning on the finish Darlie's case, because there's a lot more to it. So I will. Thank you for reminding me. See, forget things. That's okay. I'll pick that up tomorrow morning, you guys. That's what we'll cover on the morning show. And then, of course, tomorrow night, if everybody doesn't forget, for those of you that are interested, is the creepy, unexplained, and scary Saturday nights. I was. See, this is why my mods are here. I couldn't do this without you guys. And thank you, Taylor, for reminding me. So tomorrow morning, in fact, I'm writing it down. Darlie Routier, we're going to finish that up tomorrow morning. Captain Jenks in the house. And again, thank you so much for that super chat, brother. God bless. I appreciate you so very much. You have no idea, bro. Thanks so much for that, sir. God bless. And oh my goodness gracious, who do we have here? Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy, Mama's in the house. Welcome back. And thank you for being here. If for nothing else, just so I can say it, as we hear me say it every day. Captain Jenks, you the man. I appreciate that. That's right. Like she said, you kind of rock, Cap. Thank you so much, brother. Would you like to have a guess? Well, Mama Bear's joining me here shortly, Taylor. She's just having technical issues. We'll see what happens once she jumps up here. We can see where we go from there. We can see where we go from there, but very possibly. I don't mind it. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama. I love saying it. Everybody in my house laughs when I say it, too. It's hilarious. Again, Mama Bear's link right there. Let me see something here. I need to update this, too, I think. We're almost there, y'all. We're almost at the 10,000 mark. We were there for a few minutes, and then we went back. We'll get there. It's okay. I am absolutely positive. Mr. Jesse Schultz sent me a message stating that he's trying to help too. He spread the word to some of his own children to get to come over here and subscribe. So, Jesse, if you can hear me out there, brother, God bless. I appreciate you so very much. All of you for trying to help this happen. It means everything, guys. I want to make sure that it's very important to me that I've grown the channel organically, and I want to continue to do that. If it takes time, it takes time, guys. I've been here 4 years, and I'm just now hitting 10,000, so that says something to me. You know, you got to do it. I feel organically is the only way. That's my opinion, but not everybody may feel that way, and that's okay. Everybody does their own thing. Good morning, Mama Bear.
Hello.
Afternoon. Sorry. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Okay. You want to go ahead and set up?
I'm getting there.
It should be no problem with you now.
So far, so good.
Good. Thank the Lord. I've already got your link pinned up there too. That's exactly it, SRB. We will get back there organically. And that's what I want to do with all the real people in here, this community, just being real and being, supporting each other. That's what matters. Okay, I don't know what just happened there. She popped up and popped down, and she's back up, but there she is. Okay.
Not linked. Crap.
Holy moly, Moses Almighty. There she was. We got to see her for a second.
For a second, oh my gosh, I look
Oh,
awful.
looks fine to me. There's no reason to hide. Um, can't be any worse than my black eye. Miss Bonnie Bailey just donated 5 memberships again. God bless Bonnie. Thank you so much, dear. It looks like Gina
Aw.
1959, Chick Bait, um, Southern Tell, A Curious Rose, and Just Beth. We're all gifted memberships. Welcome to the sauce. We got 10 new meatballs. God bless Bonnie. God, I appreciate you so very much, dear. We love you. That's amazing. So very generous, and that's amazing. Both of you, Stormy and Bonnie, it's amazing. Thank you so much, both of you ladies. Again, this community, I'm so very proud of this community and who we are as a whole. You guys are amazing. I can't say it enough. I really can't. Um, I do truly wholeheartedly love each and every. I'm not gonna get all mushy, but I do love each and every one of you guys, and I'm very grateful to have this community. Period. It's in my opinion, it's the best community on YouTube. I have the best moderators, the best crew, the best team on YouTube. I've been blessed. That's all I can say. Absolutely. Miss Taylor, congratulations. Happy day anniversary on your 3 months. I love being here, and y'all, thank you again. Thank you for being part of this family. We appreciate you. Congrats. How's it working there, Bear?
It's not. Third time's a charm. Be back.
Okay. All right. Come on down, guys. Has anybody besides me ever heard of the Dardine family? And or the Jack family for that matter? Anybody in here? I know, Stormy, and I appreciate that. I do. I know you guys do. This whole team does. Everybody that's part of this family, this community, and I appreciate that more than you guys know. And like I said, I love you guys, each and every one of you, so very much for that. Cassie says no, she has not. Stormy says it sounds familiar. The Dardine does. And haven't heard of either one of those. Well, you're going to today. You're definitely going to learn about them today, Eddie. The first one is very horrific. It just was like, what? And some of these parts I'm going to be dropping, definitely dropping some trigger warnings on it because it had me and my wife both were like, whoa. It's pretty rough, the first one, the Dardine family, but the second one, it's not as horrific as far as details go, but it's still crazy and it doesn't make any sense. All right, man, what's going on?
I'm getting mad.
Okay, did the thing pop up that says stream to your audience?
It did the very first time, but since then it has not. So I don't know what I.
Well, it's not linked. Do you have to go all the way out and come back in, maybe?
Maybe. Let me try that.
Okay, we'll be here. I'm not going nowhere. I'm not starting without you, so don't worry.
Okay.
I got plenty I can talk to these amazing peeps about. Amy Conway, buenos dias. Good to see you. Clarissa Hendershot. Hey, and welcome. Yes, I've seen that name before. Welcome, Miss Clarissa. Thank you for joining us. There she is. Hello. I love your avatar. That's awesome. Love it, love it. Reminds me of one of my G.I. Joe action figures. Or dolls, as Miss Cassie would say. By the way, guys, don't forget. Yes, that's something else I want to start doing too that Miss Stormy and Taylor have brought to my attention about trivia, guys. I know we used to do some music trivia, movie trivia, stuff like that on our decompression streams, but we're going to be throwing some other stuff in here. Mikey brought it up the other day too. I think it's a good idea. When many of you say it, we're going to do it. El Barriqua, welcome. Didn't hear about it, but yeah, I know you do. You seem to be pretty interested in these cold cases too, Cap, and I know you enjoy it. So I'm glad. I'm glad that's what it's all about. Yes, action figures. Thank you, Stormy. God bless. I appreciate it so much. Yes, trivia. Trivia is fun. I'm good at it too. I found out. We were doing. My son goes to this local, not Caden, obviously, my older one. We have a local bar downtown here that they do trivia all the time. music trivia, movie trivia. I'm very good at it, you guys. Very good at it. He's like, you're gonna start going with me because they win money if they get so many right. I was like, yeah, I don't know about all that, but we'll see. But I do love that trivia. If you guys remember the game Trivial Pursuit, I was an ace at that game. My parents used to get mad when I was a kid. We would play the adult version of it, and I would beat them. So I got a good memory when it comes to things from the past. If you tell me something today, I'm not going to remember it tomorrow. I have a bad short term memory. It's horrible. Yeah, we're going to start doing some trivial stuff for sure. Tomorrow night, like I said, we didn't get to do it this past Saturday. Some things happened, but creepy, unexplained, and scary Saturday night. I hope you're here for it, guys, because it's coming. Um, I have something new, probably a couple things that I'm going to be hitting for you that are not familiar with it. Everybody knows what Donner Pass is and Dyatlov Pass and all those. Well, we have one. It's called Hamar Daban Pass. And this happened in August of 1993, and it's insane. The thing that happened with this one, insane. I still don't believe it. It's okay. So it's definitely a supernatural situation, and I hope you're here for it. You guys are going to want to hear this story, and then I have something else to add to it towards because it probably won't take that long. So we'll be doing that this Saturday night. Taylor's having hers on Tuesdays, and Death will have his on Thursdays. Okay, then there you go. Yes, trivia is awesome. I love it. It's a lot of fun. And we need to do these decompression things too. And we're going to be doing a music stream here coming up very soon. For those of you that are interested, yes, we are. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. What's insane? Got no brain. Don't get me started on that, Alicia. That was one of my songs. You have requests. Good. Good. I'm sure Mr. Caden will be joining me as well. As always, there for Miss Bonnie. Insane in the membrane. Yes. Cypress Hill. 10 more days. And we're going to be doing, that's going to be a whole show or two, maybe three, Cap. We're going to be doing a whole JFK show coming up. Sarge is probably going to be joining me for. He's got a lot of insight into that. And that's going to be coming down the road, too. We got a lot of things planned. I just have to get to them. But once again, if anybody has any thoughts or feelings on things you would like to see covered or want us to go son's in the back yelling at my dogs. That's wonderful. Sorry about that. Where are we at here? Yeah, there's gonna be a definite JFK thing. We got some other stuff coming down the road too. I'm trying to get things organized and change some things up and hopefully maybe work on some new stuff and freshen the channel up too and all that stuff. We'll see what happens. Oh yeah, the JFK files. Yes. Let me see. Uh-oh. So excited. I just ordered chicken quesadillas, friends. Hey, that sounds good, Amy. I think we're doing some. My wife was talking about doing some kind of Mexican thing tonight. Trying to. That's the plan. Mark Schumann's in the house. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. I hope she makes. Well, I don't know if she can because some of this stuff's expensive, but the avocado, she makes the absolute best. Absolute best. And I put it this way: it's so good. I don't like guacamole from anywhere except when she makes it homemade, and it's amazing. So, but like I said, avocados have gotten expensive just like everything else around here. So, I don't know. Guacamole. Holy guacamole. Oh, yeah. My wife's favorite are the what are them little things? They roll up real tight. Um, Almost like a rolled up taco shell into a little cylinder. I can't think of what it's called. Not a tostada. It's not. I can't remember anyway. That's what she likes. They're her favorites. Taquitos. There you go, Alicia. Thank you. My wife loves those, and I mean loves those. She makes them homemade when she can, but she likes to buy the frozen boxes and have those on hand too for her whenever we can. She will tear them up. She will tear them up. All right. Everything's good. Oh, you're talking to SRB, not me. Sorry. Didn't mean to get in there. Okay. We're about to get rolling here. 1 minute. Oop, hold on. Oop, and there sure is.
Now, why did it have it there the first time, but not all these other times? I don't get it.
Well, what is it saying now?
Nothing. It just looks like it normally does.
Okay. Um, Let me look at something in my settings and make sure it's all there. I did all that. That's good. Guests can stream this to their own destinations. Guests see viewer comments, yeah, play sound. Yeah, okay. Guess must okay. Authenticate. That's good. Everything should be good, Mama Bear.
All right. Let me check something on my end. I'll be back.
No problem.
Don't wait on me, though.
Well, I'll get things rolling in a minute if you're not.
Okay.
But no worries.
Alfred, get into the cage now. To the bed. To the bed.
Hold on here. You guys like my new place? Love my fireplace and my piano, huh? Yeah. Making sure everything's working.
Dog.
Once I get this spun and everything, while Caden's home from school, I'm gonna try to get him to help me get this done. We're gonna get it done back here. It should be easier because, to be honest with you, it's funny because the walls behind me are green too, so it might light it up better. I just need my lighting to be better, is all it is. Not the brick. That's what Pubes uses. Yeah, no, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. No worries. Just checking everything since I had to put this in this morning and update it and so on and so forth. So we'll see what happens. Um, I'm not quite ready to use this yet because I just don't have the. Oh, all right. Whoa, Josie, what's happening, Josie girl? Good to see you. Whoa, everything got bright. Hold on, I know why. Hold on. That's better. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us again, Miss Josie. Great to see you. I cut my hair a couple days ago if you're talking to me, but thank you. Appreciate it. My ish keeps freezing. What is your ish? Somebody tell me what ish is. Ishy? Is she? The background worked fine. The only thing popping through was the TV. Yeah, it might. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. And yes, I love that one, Eddie. It reminds me of Jack the Ripper. That's why I have it. I was always a huge fan of Jack the Ripper. Oh, you're shit. Okay. Gotcha. I got you, Stormy. I got you. All right, guys, let's get this thing moving. Let's get to moving. Again, guys, if you haven't, please make sure to hit the like button when you pop in and jump on over and hit Mama Bear's like button if you can. The link is pinned in the chat. 41 peeps in the house. I think we can handle it. All right. Come on, downloads. Work for me. I'm going to have to go in here. Miss Sherry keeps telling me to clear my cache and do this and do that. And I swear, I'm not even going to tell you guys. I'm not even going to tell you. Thank you so much, Josie. I appreciate you licking a like. You guys can hit it any way you want. You can use your elbow, your fingers, your knuckles. You can lick it. You can kick it. You can smack it up, flip it, rub it down. Whatever you want to do. That was corny, I know. I'm a cornball. It's okay. Yes, it belongs to her now. Oops. One moment, guys. Let's get this up and rolling. Yeah, you can use your nose. You can get in there to do it. Sure thing. Smack it up, flip it, rub it down. Oh no. Poison by Belle Biv DeVoe. Josie. Sorry, guys. I'm a little bit, out there today. I'm kind of happy. I'm excited. My confidence levels are up. Everything's good. So now that I said that out loud, I'm sure somebody out there is going to try and make it not that way, but it happens. It's all good. I ain't going to let them get to me. Facts are facts. Are facts are facts. BBD. That's right. All right. Let's start off, as we always do, with a news break on this story. Come on, computer, do your thing. Okay. Here's one of them. I know, Stormy. Sometimes it gets in your head. It happens. You know what I mean? I just got to get it out of my head. That's all. I know what's in my heart and how I feel, no matter what other people try to put out there or try to throw at me. You know what I mean? It's no big deal. Oh my goodness gracious. There she is.
All right, now the button's there. I'm gonna try this again.
Yay! Yay! Yay!
All right, stream this to your audience. Log in.
Then you'll have to go back in and probably reset other things to set it up, but Josie's on a vacation far away. Number 5. Number 5.
That was weird. Let's try this. Okay. Okay. I think we are good.
That's awesome. Hello there, lovely lady. How are you? Good to see
Hello.
you. You guys see both of us same time. How about that one? Okay. Are you familiar with this, by the way, Mama Bear, the Dardine family?
I don't think so.
And I'm gonna tell you guys right up front. I'm gonna run probably a couple of these right out of the gate.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Some of the details from this first one are they're rough. And I was just kind of, my wife and I were watching this, and we're both like, oh my God. So I'm preparing you, and I'll roll it again right before that comes into play. It's probably not going to be on the news, but it's bad. Whoever did this is a very disturbed person. I'll tell you that much. So, all right.
Thank you, Taylor. That's sweet.
I
don't feel it at the moment.
That was awesome, Miss Taylor. Oh, you know it. Everybody knows it too. They tell you.
But I'm a mess right now.
Oh, I don't think so. You look fine. No worse than my black eye. Come on now. I had to put makeup on this morning, you guys.
I heard that part when I was walking the dog.
Jesus. I walked past and she looked at me and goes, "What the hell? What happened to you?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" She goes, "Oh, honey." I said, "What?" She goes, "You got a black eye." And I was like, "What?" We have a giant mirror over our couch. So I turned and looked. I was like, "Oh, what?" It was dark purple too, right here.
How do you do that rubbing your eye?
Well, I got my skin down here is very soft. Okay. She says, "You don't take care of yourself. You don't put lotion on your face." Whatever. Okay, whatever. And my allergies started kicking this morning for some reason. I was just rubbing this eye, and I tore it up. I must have been digging hard or something.
Jeez.
I think I was doing it in my sleep too. So that, you don't pay no attention to that. But
yeah, I think that's what happens when I end up getting a small scratch on my eye. Is it dries out at night, and then I end up rubbing it because it itches, and then it scratches it.
Right. Welcome, Leslie and Billy. Guys, please, if you will, if you have not yet, jump on over there, hit the like button. It's pinned in the top of the chat for Mama Bear, and share it out. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, all that good stuff if you have not done it yet. Please and thank you. Appreciate that so very much. I did that with my nose allergy. Nose picker. Oh, I gotcha. I love Josie. She's so funny. She does not hold anything back. Just says what it is. That's all there is to it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, thank you, Josie. God bless. You're amazing. All right, guys. So let's check this out, and then we'll roll into the doc.
Scenes. 29 years ago tomorrow, a killer murdered the...
By the way, this video or this news break was put out November 16th of 2021, so that nobody gets confused.
Dardine family in cold blood. The killings rocked the tiny town of Ina, Illinois, which is about 90 miles southeast of St. Louis, and the murders looming over the town remain unsolved to this day.
It was odd. We'd usually end up talking about murders. I know you might think that's crazy, but me and him was into reading.
Here is I'm sorry. One moment here. Where did it go? I can't even read my own notes. Joanne is the mother of the guy in this. I'm sorry, I'll get it. Anyway, she's his mother. And this is so bad, you guys. That's why I'm telling you with the trigger warnings. This is so bad. She was going to go on the Oprah Winfrey show about this, right? They wouldn't even put that on TV, the details and how gruesome it was. It was so bad. So just a heads up. Yeah, that's how bad this was. So just letting you know. Oh, wait a minute. Good to see you. How are you? I'm okay. On the way to emergency room, Billy's gallbladder sick. Oh, ugh. I'm so sorry to hear that, Leslie. I hope everything works out, Billy. God bless. I'll be keeping you in my thoughts and prayers.
Good luck, honey.
Good luck with it. Yeah, we're here though. So gallbladder sucks. Might have to take it out. Ugh. So sorry to hear that. Thank you for being here with us. Either way, we appreciate you. So again, yeah, this is I can't believe I lost his name. I hate when I go brain dead like this. It's in my notes here and I don't see it because Keith. Nope. It's coming up anyway. I'm sorry, you guys. Just ignore me. Sorry. I've had so much going on this morning. My brain is like scrambled eggs. So here we go.
About a lot of murder cases, and things happening to people.
Russell and Ruby Dardine had just moved to town a year earlier and owned a mobile home on the outskirts of Ina, Illinois. They went by their middle names, Keith and Elaine. They had a 3-year-old son, Peter.
It was Keith. Okay, so Keith, Elaine, and Peter. That's the 3 there. There's a 4th. You'll find that out too, guys. So
Keith worked at the local water treatment plant, Elaine at a supply store. The couple was actively involved in their tiny Baptist church, Keith the lead singer, and Elaine playing the piano. Elaine was 7 months pregnant with a little girl who would be named Casey. But Keith had concerns as the area grew more violent. He told his family that he wanted to move, and he put the trailer up for sale.
He said there's just too many things happening down here.
Strange in such a small town. There's only one stoplight in Ina. It was a quiet town that nobody really noticed. Until November 17th, 1987. Keith failed to show up for his night shift, and nobody could reach his family. Police eventually went to the trailer. What they found was indescribable. Elaine was sexually mutilated and bludgeoned to death with a baseball bat. So was her son, Peter. Baby Casey, due in 2 months, arrived during the beatings. She, too, was beaten to death.
Trigger warning.
There was no forced entry.
Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Nothing was missing. Cash and jewelry were laying in the open. There was no sign of Keith or the family car.
From where we are here on the road, there was their trailer was a little further back from the road here, kind of close to where the outbuilding is now.
thank you so much, Leslie. God bless. I appreciate that so much. Absolutely. So very much. Thank you. And yes, guys, this is horrible. This woman was 7 months pregnant. She was attacked, beaten beyond recognition. The little boy was, and she was forced into labor, and then it happened to the newborn. I couldn't even. I started like tearing up hearing this. It was so unbelievable to me. Unbelievable. And it wasn't a robbery. Nothing was stolen. So it's crazy.
There was a manhunt for Keith. A day later, hunters found his body in a wheat field a mile from the family home. He was also sexually mutilated and shot 3 times in the face. The family car was found 10 miles south, splattered with blood. Incredibly, it was parked right in front of the Benton Police Department. Next door, the Franklin County Courthouse.
I was the best man at their wedding. And to find out a few years later, they'd been so brutally murdered. And yet to find out that we're not any closer to really solving this than we were after it happened, it's very disheartening.
More than 20 thick binders labeled Dardine exist in the case, which now rests in the lap of Captain Bobby Wallace. He is the 4th person to take a crack at the case. He's heard all the theories.
From what I've seen of something that serious, I would think of one of 2 things would come to mind just personally, would either A, sending a clear message to somebody, or it was extremely personal.
One can imagine what this did to the tiny town of Ina. At Bonnie's Cafe, it is still the talk of the town.
A lot of people talked about it, but they didn't know what they were talking about. They just knew it happened, but they didn't know why, and they still don't know why. They never will.
Jefferson County, Illinois officials have shared their files with the FBI cold case unit, and yet, not even a suspect. Then, 13 years after the crime, Tommy Lynn's cells fell into their lap. Or did he? Sells was sitting on death row in Texas when he started claiming he had killed up to 70 people nationwide.
Now, anybody that's not familiar with Tommy Lynn Sells, he's a serial killer, okay? Out of Texas. Crazy. I mean, crazy. He's out there. It's not him, though, in my opinion. And you'll find that out when we get into the... some of you guys probably know who he is, yeah. When we get into the actual documentary on this, you'll see. But he came out and says, I did this. And there's no way that they proved that he did it, though. They tried to. They couldn't.
Why? But what about the Dardines? Sells, who lived in St. Louis much of his life, said yes, he did the Ina killing. But when Jefferson County officials went and pressed him for specifics, Sells got them wrong. Except for one strange thing. He says there were watermelon ceramics in the Dardine trailer. Bill Clutter of Investigative Innocence was among those interviewing Sells.
For him to know that, he had to have been inside that house. Yeah.
Now, my thought, okay, this is weird, okay? They had, you know how some people collect ceramics, plates and dishes and butter dishes and all that stuff. They had the watermelon ceramic stuff in the house. He was in that house at some time point or whatever. Whether he went in there, I don't know, but there's no way that they could connect him to this. It doesn't make sense. And I don't think it was him. Was he with somebody else that did it, maybe? Or did he know? Or was he running with somebody else that went back to this, maybe? Or something like that? I don't know. I don't know. This is wild, folks. It's wild.
Yeah, I'm convinced he is the Dardine killer.
But Jefferson County officials did not feel they had enough to charge Sells, who was executed in 2014. But if he was an Ina and did kill the Dardines, why? Remember the Dardine car parked at the police department and courthouse miles from the crime scene? Federal prosecutors had recently concluded a large drug conspiracy trial there. Clutter says Sells told him that someone connected Keith Dardine, a church-going singer who worked at the town's water treatment plant and lived in a trailer, to that drug conspiracy trial.
Now, I'm going to tell you something. With all the crime on the uprise in the area that they lived in and bad things and this and that, that's why Keith wanted to sell the house, the trailer. Okay, they wanted to move. They wanted to move to a different type of neighborhood. Shortly before this all went down, a woman came to his door, knocking on the door, trying to use the phones, whatever. He wouldn't even open the door. He would not. He just wouldn't. Everybody in the town got really paranoid, and after this, it got worse. But he wouldn't even open the door for that. So they're going to tell you that Keith went to a bar, had a few drinks, met up with Tommy Lynn, invited him home for dinner, and then that's how this all commenced. Keith, being as paranoid as he was about letting anybody in his home, letting anybody around his home or his family or anything, doesn't make any sense as to him inviting Tommy Lynn home for dinner. Because then the excuse is that supposedly what Tommy Lynn said he did it for, the motive, is because Keith hit on him and put moves on him. In turn, he flipped out, which I don't know about all that. Okay, this is wild to me, but just saying.
And that someone brought Sells to Ina.
Sells told me that those victims were targeted, that if they had searched the woods near the trailer, they would have found a pile of beer cans where he had waited and watched. And I believe he went into the trailer and took control of Ruby and the 3-year-old son, duct taped their hands, and waited.
Welcome, RC3.
Not everyone believes Sells is the killer. Among them is Joanne Dardine, who will be 84 soon. She hopes and prays she will live long enough to find real closure.
I believe somebody wanted him to do something, and I believe that he flat out refused. And well, we'll show you. You do it our way or no way.
Police call Tommy Lynn Sells a suspect in the Dardine murders. There are no other known suspects in this case.
It's wild. It's wild. So, have you heard of this, Mama Bear? Now that you've seen that, or no?
No, I don't think so. That's
Okay.
I would have remembered that.
Right. Yeah, it's wild. I mean, it's really, really wild. And so sad the way it all happened. Now again, like I said, they went and did when we get into the doc here, it they did everything they could to try to put this on cells and nothing would stick. It didn't he wanted to take it and they wouldn't, it didn't match up. But there was a whole bunch of details that he had completely wrong about it when they were questioning him, except for the fact that he knew that there was that watermelon glassware in the house. And I just was like, that doesn't make sense to me. How? Okay. So I don't know, you guys. It's definitely a wild situation. One moment here. Get this going so you get the whole story and I will shut my mouth. Okay. All right. And the channel that we are reviewing this from is from Crime Pulse Stories. I want to thank them for what they've done putting this out. They did a great
where
job.
nothing too sinister ever seemed to happen until.
Good job, Mikey.
What's the matter, Mom Bear?
Oh, Mikey, being Mikey. He said, LMAO, I got a problem with hitting the forward button, ending up on another show. I was wondering why Dago was playing Idaho 4.
Not today, bud. Not right now. Sorry, we're good. Josie said that the 80s were bad in northern Wisconsin. I bet there was a lot of stuff going on back then that a lot of people don't realize. So yeah. I don't understand her theory. Do what our way or else. See, I wondered that too, Eddie. They were very involved in the local church and very religious in that aspect too, and things are going on. So I had to wonder if that had something to do with it. I don't know, but that's a good question, Eddie. I had the same question. Also, let me know how the audio is.
In the quiet town of Inez, Illinois, nestled in the heart of Jefferson County, life moved at a pace that echoed the simplicity of rural America. It was the kind of place where everyone knew each other's names, where doors were left unlocked, and where nothing too sinister ever seemed to happen until one November night in 1987 shattered that peace forever. What you are about to hear isn't just another tragic story buried in the archives of small-town America. It's a story that defies understanding, a nightmare that left an entire family brutally murdered in ways so shocking, the details almost seem unimaginable. Yet, despite the horror, the case of the Dardine family has largely been overlooked, overshadowed by more notorious crimes that dominated headlines. But here's the haunting question. How could such a gruesome massacre, so chilling in its brutality, remain unsolved for more than 3 decades? What happened to Russell Keith Dardine, his wife Elaine, their young son Peter, and their unborn child on that fateful night? And why have the answers to this puzzle remained frustratingly out of reach? Stay with me as we unravel the layers of this mysterious case, peeling back the chilling details of the Dardine family murders, a story that begins like so many others, but ends in a tragedy that will leave you questioning everything. Russell Keith Dardine, known simply as Keith to his friends and family, was a man who valued the simplicity of life. He worked diligently at the nearby water treatment plant, a reliable job that allowed him to provide for his growing family. Keith, at 29 years old, had chosen the quiet town of Inez, Illinois to.
Wow. Welcome, Groot, and happy Dagoversary. Congratulations on 20 months. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Says love you, Dago mods and community. And we love you too, Groot. Congrats and welcome. And thank you again so much for being part of this family, this community. We greatly appreciate you so very much. That's amazing. So very awesome. Great to have you here today.
build a life with his wife Elaine, who shared his love for small town living and community. Elaine, just a year younger than Keith, was a loving mother and homemaker devoted to raising their 3-year-old son Peter. Described as soft-spoken and kind-hearted, Elaine's days were filled with the ordinary joys of parenthood, and the Dardine's small mobile home was often filled with laughter and the warmth of family life. At the time of their deaths, Elaine was 7 months pregnant, eagerly awaiting the birth of their second child, a baby girl they had already decided to name. Peter, their firstborn, was a bright and playful child, always full of energy, as most 3-year-olds are. His presence brought immense joy to the household, and his bond with his parents was unmistakable. The family was preparing for the arrival of their newest member, hoping to continue the peaceful life they had carved out for themselves in this small town. To the people of Inay, the Dardines were a picture of normalcy, hardworking, loving, and deeply tied to their community. They attended church regularly, Keith played in the local baseball league, and they were well liked by their neighbors. There was no hint of trouble, no indication that their lives would soon come to a violent and tragic end. They were, by all accounts, an ordinary family living an ordinary life. But beneath this facade of normalcy, fate was preparing to strike in the most horrifying way, turning the Dardine family's quiet existence into a nightmare that would haunt the town of Inay for decades to come. It was on a cold November evening in 1987 when the peaceful town of Inay, Illinois, was jolted into a living nightmare. The Dardines, who had been conspicuously absent for a day or so, prompted concern from Keith's mother, who had been unable to reach them. Worried, she reached out to the local police, who soon arrived at the Dardine family's modest mobile home. What greeted the investigators inside that small, unassuming home was a scene so grotesque, so unimaginable, that it would haunt those who witnessed it for the rest of their lives. Inside the living room lay the bodies of Elaine Dardine and her 3-year-old son, Peter. Both had been brutally beaten to death, their skulls shattered by what appeared to be a baseball bat, the very bat that belonged to young Peter, likely grabbed in desperation by the intruder. The savagery didn't stop there. Elaine, who was 7 months pregnant, had suffered such a horrific beating that the trauma forced her into premature labor. Shockingly, she gave birth amidst the violence, but any hope for the newborn's survival was dashed when the killer, showing no mercy, ended the infant's life as well. The tiny body of the newborn was found alongside Elaine and Peter, lifeless and innocent, never given a chance to take its first breath in peace. The sheer brutality of the scene was almost unfathomable. Elaine had not only fought for her life, but had also, in her final moments, experienced the terrifying chaos of childbirth in the midst of a brutal attack. The killer had shown no hesitation in committing these unspeakable acts, wiping out an entire family in a manner so cruel it defied belief. As the investigators combed through the home, they were left with more questions than answers. The absence of forced entry suggested that the family may have known their killer or felt comfortable enough to open the door to them. Yet, nothing could explain the level of rage exhibited in the murders. There was no sign of theft or robbery, no clear motive that could justify such carnage. This crime scene was not just a murder, it was a massacre. The violence was so extreme, so personal, that it left even seasoned detectives struggling to comprehend the nature of the killer's mind. And yet, despite the overwhelming horror, this was only the beginning of the dark mystery that would grip the town of Inay for years to come. The discovery of this nightmarish scene would soon lead to an even more disturbing revelation, as Keith Dardine, initially feared to be the perpetrator, was still missing. But as investigators would soon learn, his fate was just as grim as the rest of his family.
Agreed. It's horrible. There's not, even as a first responder, I've never, thank God, walked into anything like that, and I don't know that I could handle that. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff.
That would be,
Yeah,
ugh.
that I just couldn't imagine. That would have probably shut me down and pulled me out of what I was doing. Truly, that'd have been it for me. Welcome under and over it. Wonderful to see you. I love your name, by the way. It is completely soulless. You couldn't possibly have any kind of a soul and do something like that. No worries, Tommy. Thank you for joining us, brother. I appreciate you, and be safe out there on them roads if you are. Yeah, it's beyond imaginable. So I was thinking that too when we watched this. When Brandy was like, "Oh my God, can you?" I said, "No, I couldn't imagine it at all."
No,
That would probably
don't
drop.
want to either.
Yeah, I would have dropped my badge that day and said, "I'm out. I'm done." After seeing something like that, no way in hell. No, no, no.
In the immediate aftermath of the gruesome discovery at the Dardine family home, attention quickly turned to the one person who was missing, Russell Keith Dardine. To investigators, the absence of Keith raised an unsettling question. Could he have been responsible for this unimaginable violence? It wasn't uncommon in cases of family murders for the husband or father to be the prime suspect, especially when he is nowhere to be found. At first, the local authorities worked with the assumption that Keith might have fled after committing the horrific crime. Given the brutality of the scene, this theory, though chilling, was not dismissed. After all, the family home showed no signs of forced entry, which suggested that whoever committed the crime may have been someone the family trusted. Could Keith, pushed to some unimaginable breaking point, have snapped and taken the lives of his wife, son, and newborn? But as the hours stretched on, this theory began to waver. Keith's family and friends vehemently denied that he was capable of such an atrocity. Those who knew him described him as a gentle, hard-working man with no history of violence, no signs of distress, and no reason to commit such a monstrous act. Despite their disbelief, the police continued their search for Keith, hoping to either find him alive or turn him as a suspect. The truth, when it surfaced, would be far more devastating than anyone had anticipated. The very next day, Keith's body was discovered in a rural field not far from the family's home, and the sight that awaited investigators confirmed what his loved ones had feared. Keith had been murdered as brutally as the rest of his family. His body, riddled with bullet wounds, lay discarded like refuse. He had been shot 3 times, execution style, in the head. As if that weren't horrifying enough, his body had also been subjected to a grotesque act of mutilation. His genitals had been severed, a detail that added yet another layer of macabre mystery to the case. With the discovery of Keith's body, any lingering suspicion that he was responsible for the murders was swiftly erased. Far from being the killer, Keith had been the final victim in a crime so savage that it shocked even the most seasoned investigators. The manner of his death, with both the shooting and the castration, suggested a deep personal hatred or a desire to send a message, a detail that left investigators grasping for clues. Now, the Dardine family's massacre was no longer a question of domestic violence or a tragic breakdown. This was a targeted, calculated slaughter of an entire family, each victim murdered with extreme violence and deliberate cruelty. Keith, like his wife and children, had been executed in cold blood. His death, however, only deepened the mystery. Who would have wanted the entire Dardine family dead, and why? As the investigation moved forward, these questions would continue to haunt the small town of Inay, as the answers remained frustratingly elusive. In the days following the discovery of the Dardine family's brutal murders, local law enforcement was faced with a crime unlike anything they had ever seen in Inay.
So great to see you today, James. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you so much, sir. Thank you for being here.
Illinois. The small town police force, accustomed to handling minor incidents, was now tasked with unraveling a mystery so chilling it sent shockwaves through the community. The sheer brutality of the crime left investigators scrambling for answers, and the early stages of the investigation were plagued with more questions than
I'm gonna be honest with you guys too. And when I first initially was covering, like going over this and stuff and researching on I thought it was Keith. I was like, okay, it was him. He snapped or flipped out or something crazy happened or whatever. And it was him until they proved that he was dead 24 hours before all the rest of this. When I was like, whoa, okay, pretty wild. So yes, And it that's when they come upon the Tommy Lynn cell situation. It just still doesn't match up. None of it. So I just don't even know. But I'm gonna shut up again and let this play. James, again, thank you for being here. Thanks for all your behind. Yo, absolutely, sir. And thank you for being here. It's a wild one under and over it. It really is.
Leads. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case was the apparent lack of forced entry at the Dardine home. The doors had not been kicked in, no windows shattered, and nothing indicated that a violent struggle had occurred to gain access. This detail led investigators to consider that the Dardines may have willingly let their killer inside. Given the town's tight-knit nature, where neighbors were familiar faces, it was plausible that the perpetrator was someone they knew, someone who didn't arouse suspicion. But who in this close community could have harbored such violent intent? From the outset, the investigators entertained several theories. One of the earliest considerations was whether the murders were the result of a robbery gone wrong. Yet this idea was quickly discarded. Nothing of significant value had been taken from the Dardine home. Their belongings, including cash and personal items, were left untouched. The overwhelming violence inflicted on the family, especially the brutal killings of Elaine, Peter, and the newborn, did not align with a typical burglary. Robbery was ruled out, leaving the police to search for a deeper, more sinister motive. Another avenue of investigation considered whether the murders were personal, an act of revenge or retribution. The savagery of the crime suggested a deep level of anger or hatred, particularly the extreme mutilation of Keith's body. However, there were no immediate signs that the Dardines had enemies. The family was well liked, with no known disputes or grudges within the community. Keith had a steady job at the water treatment plant. Elaine was a stay-at-home mother, and they were active in their church. By all accounts, they were a typical, quiet family with no involvement in anything that would warrant such a deadly act of vengeance. In the early days of the investigation, police canvassed the area, speaking to neighbors, friends, and anyone who might have had contact with the Dardines in the days leading up to the murders. Unfortunately, there were few witnesses, and none had seen or heard anything unusual on the night of the crime. The isolation of the mobile home, located on the outskirts of town, only added to the difficulty of finding anyone who might have observed something that could lead to a break in the case. Investigators were also puzzled by the methodical nature of the killings. The crime scene, though brutal, suggested a level of control and deliberation. Each member of the family had been murdered in a distinct, horrifying way. Elaine and Peter were bludgeoned to death, while Keith was shot execution style and mutilated. The killer or killers had moved through the house with purpose, sparing no one, not even the unborn child. This was not the work of someone who panicked, it was the act of someone who had carefully thought through their actions. Despite these early efforts, police found themselves grasping at straws. They had no fingerprints, no DNA, and no murder weapon. There were no eyewitnesses, no clear motive, and no immediate suspects. The small town of Ina had been thrust into the national spotlight, and law enforcement agencies beyond the local level were called in to assist. Yet, even with the added manpower, the investigation struggled to gain traction. The brutality of the crime suggested that the killer had either fled the area or was extremely skilled at covering their tracks. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the trail began to grow cold. Law enforcement was left grappling with an unsolvable mystery, one that would hang over NA for years to come. Among the many horrors that unfolded within the walls of the Dardine family home, one detail stands out as perhaps the most gut-wrenching of all. Elaine Dardine was 7 months pregnant when she was murdered. The expectant mother, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her second child, had been in the midst of preparing for the birth of her baby girl when her life was brutally taken. But the tragedy did not end with Elaine's death. The violent nature of the attack had triggered an unimaginable consequence. Elaine was beaten so severely that it induced premature labor, forcing her to give birth amidst the chaos of her own murder. Elaine's pregnancy had been a source of joy for the Dardine family. With a 3-year-old son already in their lives, the family was looking forward to welcoming their new daughter. They had already chosen a name, and preparations were well underway for the baby's arrival. The family's future seemed bright, but that future was stolen in the most horrifying way. As the killer mercilessly attacked Elaine, the trauma caused her to go into labor. In what can only be described as a cruel twist of fate, she delivered her baby during the attack, a fragile and innocent life brought into the world at the exact moment her mother's life was violently being extinguished. The newborn, likely a premature baby girl, entered a world filled with terror and bloodshed, and in a heartbreaking act, she too became a victim of the killer's fury. The discovery of the newborn's body alongside Elaine and Peter shocked even the most seasoned investigators. It wasn't enough for the killer to take the life of Elaine. This person had shown no mercy in ending the life of a child who had only just taken her first breaths. The newborn, like her brother and parents, had been beaten to death, a horrific detail that added an almost unbearable weight to the already gruesome crime. The thought that this helpless infant had been born only to be immediately murdered became one of the most haunting aspects of the case. For the investigators, this particular detail made the crime feel even more personal, more monstrous. The fact that the killer had not spared the life of a newborn, a baby who posed no threat, suggested a level of cold-heartedness that was beyond comprehension. This was not just a murder, it was the obliteration of an entire family, including a life that had barely begun. The murder of the newborn girl became a symbol of the utter cruelty that defined the Dardine family's massacre. For the community of Inay, the thought of Elaine enduring such a terrifying and painful labor, only to have her newborn ripped from life just moments later, left an indelible mark. It was this detail, the birth and subsequent death of the baby, that solidified the Dardine murders as one of the most disturbing and heart-wrenching crimes in the town's history. To lose a mother, father, and child was tragic enough, but the loss of a newborn in such violent circumstances was a cruelty that transcended the ordinary bounds of human understanding. This element of the case haunted investigators for years to come. It wasn't just a murder, it was the eradication of a future, the destruction of a family in the most visceral way possible. The pregnancy factor added an emotional depth to the Dardine family murders that made the case not only a mystery to solve, but also a tragedy that struck at the very heart of humanity's deepest fears and emotions. As the investigation into the Dardine family murders moved forward, law enforcement faced a maze of false leads and frustrating dead ends. The brutality of the crime had shocked the small town of Inay, and rumors quickly began to swirl, adding layers of confusion and speculation to an already perplexing case. In those early days, the police followed every possible angle, hoping for a breakthrough that would lead them to the killer. But each promising lead seemed to collapse under the weight of a lack of solid evidence, leaving investigators grasping at shadows. In small towns like Inay, where everyone knows everyone, the local community often becomes the first source of potential suspects. Law enforcement looked into any individuals who might have had grievances with the Dardine family. They interviewed neighbors, acquaintances, and even distant relatives, but no one stood out as capable of committing such an extreme act of violence. There were whispers that perhaps someone in Keith's or Elaine's past had come back to settle a score, but no evidence surfaced to support these claims. One of the earliest theories was that Keith, despite being found murdered, might still have been involved in some way. Investigators considered the possibility of a staged crime scene or a murder for hire scenario, but the complete lack of motive or prior history of any suspicious behavior made this unlikely. Keith was widely regarded as a mild-mannered, hard-working family man, and no one could pinpoint any event in his life that would have led him down such a dark path. The lead was eventually abandoned as the facts of the case simply didn't fit. Another avenue explored was the possibility that the crime had been the result of a robbery gone wrong. Yet, as investigators pored over the crime scene, nothing of value seemed to be missing. The family's modest mobile home contained personal belongings, money, and other valuables that remained untouched. The idea that a robbery had escalated into such an extreme level of violence quickly fell apart, leaving law enforcement once again without direction. As time passed, speculation in the community grew. In a small town like Inay, such a shocking crime fueled wild rumors. Some whispered about a possible connection to the occult, citing the disturbing nature of Keith's mutilation as evidence of a ritualistic killing. Others speculated that a drifter or transient might have committed the crime, a stranger passing through who left no trace behind. These rumors fed the growing paranoia, but none led to any credible leads. The lack of physical evidence only deepened the frustration for law enforcement. There were no fingerprints, no DNA, and no murder weapons left behind at the scene. The clean, methodical nature of the crime suggested the killer or killers were either extremely lucky or knew exactly how to cover their tracks. Despite extensive searches, interviews, and the involvement of outside agencies, the case seemed to hit one dead end after another. As weeks turned into months, the frustration within the police force grew palpable. They had exhausted their resources and followed every lead, but the Dardine murders remained as much a mystery as they had on day one. The lack of witnesses, physical evidence, and motive left investigators in a state of helplessness, unable to move the case forward. The killer, it seemed, had vanished as completely as they had appeared, leaving behind only the haunting memory of a shattered family and a town gripped by fear. Each false lead added to the emotional weight of the case, and for the Dardine family and the community, the lack of answers made the tragedy even harder to bear. As time went on, the case began to slip into the category of cold cases, where it would remain for years an unsolved nightmare that continued to haunt the quiet streets of Inay. As the investigation into the Dardine family murders deepened, one question loomed larger than all others: why? What could possibly drive someone to commit such a heinous act, to annihilate an entire family, including a newborn, with such calculated cruelty? Without a clear motive, investigators were left to piece together possibilities, trying to match the brutality of the crime with any reason that might explain the unfathomable. Was this a random act of violence, or was something far more personal at play? One of the earliest theories put forward was that this may have been a random home invasion gone horribly wrong. The lack of forced entry led to the speculation that perhaps the family had let the killer in, thinking they were safe, only for the situation to spiral into violence. But the crime scene did not fit the typical profile of a burglary turned homicide. Nothing had been stolen, and the extreme violence far surpassed what would usually be seen in a robbery gone wrong. The thoroughness of the killings, the deliberate murder of not just Keith, Elaine, and Peter, but also
when I saw this, that's why I wanted to put this one out, you guys. It gets nor got really any airtime. It not a lot of news coverage, anything. It's so horrible to be unsolved this far along. Something's not right. You know what I mean? Because well, they're going to explain it, but there's so many things that they couldn't match up with him, even though he admitted to it, and he did have the whole watermelon thing. See, I still question. I don't think he did it, but I do question. I'm kind of like 50-50 with it. And he's gone now, so it would make a difference, but it would still be nice to know that whoever did this is not still out there, because that anybody that can do something this bad, you should not be on this earth. That is the most horrific thing I've ever seen or heard in my life. Okay, and most people don't do. Most of these criminals or even serial killers, they don't attack babies or children. Typically, some do, but most kind of veer away from that. They just do what they do. This is horrific, you guys. A newborn, born due to the trauma from what was going on, and then the life taken. Unbelievable. I've never in my life can I fathom that. So it needs to be solved. Okay, and that's why I'm putting this one out today. It really needs to be seen and heard and known. So Mark saying too too much of what Sells said didn't add up, despite him knowing. Yeah, that's how they cut him out of it. Sadly, I mean that is something really, really kind of ironic that he knew that the watermelon plates and stuff were there, because you would have to have been in that house. But he could have been in that house. He could have actually interacted with Keith and was not responsible for the murders. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of the things that they talked to him about related to the murders, and that's what he got wrong. That's the important part. So yeah, Mark, that's exactly what it is, actually. So he very well could have interacted with Keith the same way that it was explained that he did, and just not committed the murders and tried to take, when he found out, saw it on the news or whatever it was that had happened, tried to take credit for it, because that's how his mind worked. He's crazy. Right, Josie, right. Kind of like the Manson situation where they were taking credit for certain things that never happened. So on and so forth. Yeah, it does. That can make some sense. It just bugs the hell out of me that nobody's ever been caught for this. Nobody. That bothers the hell out of me, guys, in a bad way. So again, that's why I'm putting this out. Most people like you, a lot of you guys didn't know about this, okay? And as horrific as this is, you would think everybody would have known about this. A whole bunch of people really just had no idea who the Dardine family was. And I was like, this has to get put out. This has to get put out. It needs to be seen. It needs to be heard. It needs to be known, because maybe, if somebody sees this, that's the right person that knows something, it can make things happen, get the wheels moving again. So that's all.
Also, the newborn baby suggested something far more deliberate than a robbery. For this reason, the random home invasion theory, while plausible at first glance, didn't hold up under scrutiny. Another darker theory was that the crime might have been motivated by a personal vendetta. The severity of the violence inflicted on the Dardine family seemed deeply personal, especially in Keith's case, with his mutilation pointing toward a desire to send a message. But for this theory to hold, there would have to be some evidence of conflict in the family's past, an enemy with a reason to harbor such intense hatred. Yet, as investigators delved into Keith and Elaine's lives, they found nothing to suggest they had made enemies of this magnitude. Keith was known to be a quiet, gentle man, and the couple led an unassuming life in Inay. Their relationships, both personal and professional, were largely positive. If there was a vendetta, it remained hidden beneath layers of secrecy that no one had yet uncovered. Then there was the chilling possibility that the murders were tied to ritualistic or occult practices. This theory gained some traction due to the sheer savagery of the crime, particularly the mutilation of Keith's body. In the late 80s, fears of satanic cults and ritualistic killings were pervasive across the United States, often referred to as the Satanic Panic. Some speculated that the Dardines had been the victims of such a group, with the murders serving as some form of twisted ritual. However, there was no concrete evidence to support this. While the mutilation could be seen as ritualistic, there were no other signs typically associated with the cult killings, no symbols, no signs of a ritual having been performed. This theory, while disturbing, remained on the outskirts of the investigation, more rumor than reality. One of the most unsettling possibilities was that the Dardine family had been victims of a thrill killer, someone who murdered not for gain or revenge, but for the sheer satisfaction of taking lives. The methodical nature of the killings, the way the crime scene had been left without any obvious evidence, suggested a level of detachment and control that hinted at a killer with experience. Could someone have come across the Dardines by chance, chosen them at random, and executed the murders purely for the thrill of it? This theory left investigators cold, as it provided no tangible leads, only the terrifying possibility that the killer could strike again, anywhere, at any time. The complete eradication of the Dardine family, including the newborn, also gave rise to speculation about a deeply disturbed psychopathic killer, someone for whom the idea of wiping out an entire family brought a sense of power or fulfillment. The utter lack of mercy shown during the crime suggested that whoever committed these murders viewed the Dardines not as people, but as objects to be destroyed. This theory aligned with the idea of a cold, calculating killer who had committed the crime with premeditation and intent, not impulsively or out of fear. Finally, there was the theory of mistaken identity, that the killer had intended to target another family and, for some unknown reason, had attacked the Dardines instead. This theory, though discussed, seemed improbable. The Dardines were an ordinary, quiet family with no known connection to any criminal activity or dangerous individuals. The specificity of the crime and the degree of violence suggested that the Dardines were not randomly selected but deliberately targeted. However, with no concrete evidence, this theory remained a distant possibility. In the end, each theory brought with it more questions than answers. Was the crime personal, driven by a vendetta that no one knew about? Or was it the work of a cold-blooded killer who sought nothing more than the satisfaction of murder? Without a clear motive, investigators were left.
That's interesting, Mama Bear. Maybe he was having an affair and his mistress got mad that his wife was having his baby. I mean, yeah, I can see that with maybe Elaine, Peter, and the baby, but to get him the way they did, unless she had somebody else doing it, maybe. You know what I mean? And
it could be, but
yeah, that makes some sense, Mama Bear. I mean, that it definitely does seem. It seems like it could be because there were sexual
or maybe
assault.
it's the other way around, and she was having the affair, and he got mad that she was pregnant with her husband's baby.
That sounds more realistic, yeah, especially considering that the baby's life was taken sadly too. Hey, Tomboy, good to see you, dear. Yeah, that fits, Bear. That fits.
Yeah, because if I ever found out my husband was cheating on me, there'd be some. Yeah.
What are you trying to say there, Mom Bear?
The bear would really come out.
Bear would come out of the cave. Yeah, I could see that one. I get it. Now that definitely is that's a very plausible and very workable theory, Mama Bear. Very interesting. Eddie says same. Yeah, agreed, guys. I could see that now. Considering because it does have that. Being that there were sexual assault and there were everybody. Well, the adults were sexually assaulted, both and sexually mutilated. See, that's something that gets me because I don't know if you caught it, but Keith, his man thing, his private parts were mutilated. Okay, specifically, as well as what happened with Elaine. That fits in that sense. That's what I've been trying to think of. So that's a good catch, Mama Bear. Very good one. Very good one. Alicia said, I mean, I would probably be driven to violence. Yes, it is. It's a bad thing, and it does a lot of pain, causes a lot of pain, unneeded in every aspect. So yes, it could, and it will bring the dark side out of anybody. I mean, guys, when I caught the creature in my own home, in my own bed, I had some dark thoughts. I'm gonna tell you, I ended up in a bad situation because of that. So you don't do that to people. The human emotions in our brains are programmed a certain type of way, and our emotions are a lot stronger, in my opinion, than our brains work as far as common sense goes, and we react to things in ways that we shouldn't sometimes. And just like the Mickey Stein's Kevin Mullins situation, that was an emotional murder, in my opinion. Okay, there was no common sense there. The brain was not working at that point, but everything about that was emotional, in my opinion, and that's how I'm reading this. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were telling somebody in the chat to leave. I was like, what the hell?
She's saying if you're in a marriage, you're not happy, leave.
Just get it. Just go. Yeah, there's no reason for any violence or any more pain that's already there. Just get out. Agreed, Alicia. 100%. That's the best answer. And I was looking down. I went, "Uh-oh, who made her mad?" You know what I mean? Eddie says the bear oftentimes does come out as a result of that. It's true. 100%, Eddie. 100%. You ain't lying. I mean, considering, So yeah, that's a good theory, you guys. It really does fit, in my opinion. I wonder if they looked into that too. And being that they were so involved, he specifically was very involved in the church, and she was involved as well. She was a stay-at-home mom, so she had more time to do things, that he may not know about. It could be. It could be. I never thought of that before, so very good catch.
Trying to fit pieces together in a puzzle that refused to make sense. The brutality of the murders pointed in so many directions, but none led to a solid conclusion. And so, the question of why remained the most haunting and frustrating aspect of the Dardine family murders, a question that would go unanswered for years, even as the search for the killer continued. The brutal murders of the Dardine family sent shockwaves through the small, quiet town of Inay, Illinois. For a community that prided itself on its sense of safety and neighborly trust, the violence that struck the Dardines was not just an isolated tragedy, it shattered the very fabric of what Inna stood for. As news of the murders spread, fear quickly took hold, and the town, once characterized by its open doors and friendly greetings, became a place of anxiety, suspicion, and distrust. Residents who had once felt secure in their small town bubble now found themselves questioning their own safety. The fact that an entire family could be so violently slaughtered in their own home with no apparent motive and no suspect in custody was enough to set everyone on edge. Inay, with its population of fewer than 2,000, had never experienced a crime of this magnitude. The sense of vulnerability was palpable, and rumors began to swirl, each one feeding the growing unease. Almost overnight, the town transformed. People began locking their doors, a practice that had once seemed unnecessary in such a close knit community. Many residents armed themselves, purchasing guns for the first time, fearful that the killer might still be lurking among them. The sight of normally calm neighbors carrying firearms, prepared to defend their homes, became a common one. For some, the fear became too much to bear, and they made the difficult decision to leave Inna altogether, seeking safety in nearby towns or even relocating to entirely different states. The sense of suspicion within the community deepened as the investigation dragged on without an arrest. People began to wonder if the killer was someone from their own town, someone they might have known or even trusted. Whispers spread through neighborhoods. Was it a neighbor? A friend? The idea that the murderer could still be living among them led to fractured relationships and an erosion of the tight-knit bonds that had once defined Inay. Trust, it seemed, had become the first casualty in the aftermath of the Dardine family murders. Despite the terrifying nature of the crime, media coverage remained frustratingly minimal. Unlike other high-profile murder cases that dominated the headlines during that era, the Dardine family massacre seemed to fade into the background of the national news cycle. Some speculated that the remote location and small population of Inna contributed to the case's lack of widespread attention. Others pointed to the fact that during the late 1980s, the media was preoccupied with larger national stories, and Inay, with its quiet, rural backdrop, didn't draw the kind of sensationalism that major cities could provide. The lack of significant media attention had a profound effect on the case. With fewer eyes on the investigation, fewer resources were dedicated to solving the murders. The Dardine family's horrific deaths quickly became overshadowed by more prominent news stories, and what little attention they received was mostly local. This only deepened the frustration for both law enforcement and the residents of Inay, who felt that the tragedy deserved far more exposure than it had received. Within the town, the memory of the Dardines lingered heavily. Their once modest mobile home, now a symbol of unimaginable horror, stood as a reminder of the terror that had swept through their lives and the lives of everyone who knew them. The murders created a ripple effect, leaving behind a town that would never again be the same. In the years that followed, in a struggle to reclaim its sense of normalcy, the deep fear that had gripped the town eventually faded, but it was replaced with a lingering sense of unease. The case remained unsolved, and with no resolution in sight, the town of Inno was left to grapple with the harsh reality that justice might never come for the Dardine family. Years after the tragic murders of the Dardine family, a disturbing new figure emerged in the case: Tommy Lynn Sells, a convicted serial killer whose name would soon become synonymous with some of the most brutal crimes in American history. Known for his chilling lack of remorse and his willingness to admit to a wide range of murders across the country, Sells was serving time for other heinous crimes when he suddenly claimed responsibility for the Dardine family massacre. His confession brought a renewed focus on the case, but it
Thank you,
also left
SRB.
investigators questioning whether his involvement was genuine or simply the ramblings of a manipulative killer seeking attention. Tommy Lynn Sells was no stranger to violence. His criminal history was marked by a string of murders that spanned from coast to coast, targeting both strangers and acquaintances with equal savagery. Born into a turbulent and abusive childhood, Sells had drifted through life, committing violent acts wherever he went. His killing spree is believed to have started as early as the age of 16, and by the time he was arrested in the late 1990s, he had earned a reputation as a nomadic predator responsible for dozens of deaths. His crimes were marked by extreme brutality, often involving knives, and he showed no hesitation in killing men, women, or children. Sells was arrested in 1999 after attempting to murder a young girl in Texas. That girl survived and led authorities to him, ending his reign of terror. Once in custody, Sells began to confess to
Welcome,
a
Peaky.
multitude of unsolved murders, seemingly eager to take credit for as many crimes as possible. It was during these confessions that he mentioned the Dardine family murders. His detailed account of the killings initially seemed convincing. He described the brutal beatings, the mutilation of Keith Dardine, and even offered specific details about the crime scene that had not been widely publicized. At first glance, Sells appeared to be a prime suspect. His transient lifestyle matched the profile of someone who could have passed through unnoticed, and his well-documented capacity for violence certainly made him capable of committing the murders. Furthermore, the randomness of his other crimes aligned with the seemingly motiveless nature of the Dardine family massacre. For a moment, it seemed like a long-awaited breakthrough in the case. Finally, there was a killer who not only fit the profile, but had admitted to the crime. But as investigators dug deeper into Sells' confession, doubts began to emerge. While he had provided specific details about the Dardine murders, some of those details were inaccurate or didn't match the evidence found at the scene. Sells had a history of confessing to murders he hadn't committed, often to boost his notoriety or simply to toy with investigators. It became clear that Sells enjoyed the attention and power that came with claiming responsibility for unsolved crimes, regardless of whether he had.
That's what I had wondered, Mark. Because with the way things are nowadays with IGG and all that, and we've seen so many cases that Othram themselves alone have solved that are cold cases. Peggy, hey. Oh, she's not here. Sorry. But yeah, it's if there was any kind of DNA that could have been used, it would have been amazing to be able to run that and possibly get a hit on that at this point. All these years later, it would be amazing, I would think. So it hopefully maybe they can pull something like that if they have anything that they found. You know what I'm saying? It's a good point, Mark. Very good point.
Actually committed them. Sells' confession to the Dardine murders also fell apart when investigators examined his whereabouts during the time of the crime. While he had been known to travel frequently, there was no definitive proof that he had been in the inner area in November 1987. In fact, records suggested that he might have been in another state entirely, casting significant doubt on his ability to have carried out the killings. Moreover, while Sells' murders were often spontaneous and violent, they didn't always involve the kind of precision and calculated cruelty seen in the Dardine case. The extreme mutilation of Keith Dardine's body and the murder of the newborn baby in particular seemed almost too specific for Sells, whose typical modus operandi involved impulsive stabbings rather than staged mutilations or complex crime scenes. Despite these inconsistencies, Sells' confession added another layer of confusion to the Dardine case. Some believed that he might have been involved but exaggerated his role, while others dismissed his claims entirely, viewing them as part of his ongoing attempt to take credit for as many crimes as possible. Law enforcement remained divided. Was Tommy Lynn Sells the monster responsible for wiping out the Dardine family, or was he simply another false lead in a case filled with dead ends? As chilling as Tommy Lynn Sells' confession to the Dardine family murders was, it didn't take long for many investigators and analysts to start doubting his involvement. While he had initially provided details that seemed to suggest he was the long-sought perpetrator, further scrutiny revealed glaring inconsistencies in his account. These discrepancies, combined with Sells' known history of falsely claiming responsibility for other murders, cast significant doubt on the validity of his confession. One of the first red flags was the inaccuracy of key details Sells provided during his confession. Although he correctly described some elements of the crime scene, such as the manner in which Elaine, Peter, and the newborn were killed, several of his statements did not align with the known facts. For instance, Sells claimed to have used a gun to murder the entire family, yet it was well established that Elaine and Peter were beaten to death with a baseball bat. Only Keith had been shot. This fundamental discrepancy raised immediate suspicions about whether Sells had direct knowledge of the crime or if he had merely pieced together his story from public information. Sells also failed to provide crucial specifics that only the true killer would have known. While the media had covered aspects of the murders, including the brutal nature of the killings, there were details deliberately withheld from the public to help investigators verify potential confessions. Sells was unable to describe these hidden aspects, which included the exact positioning of the bodies and certain forensic clues that had never been disclosed. This lack of intimate knowledge of the crime scene suggested that Sells had either fabricated his confession or obtained his information from secondary sources, not from first-hand experience. Another significant reason for doubting Sells' involvement stemmed from his pattern of behavior during previous interrogations. Sells had a well-documented history of confessing to murders he hadn't committed, often claiming responsibility for high-profile or unsolved cases simply to gain notoriety. He seemed to revel in the attention that came with being labeled as a serial killer, and he understood how to manipulate law enforcement by feeding them enough information to seem credible without ever providing concrete evidence. Over time, it became clear that Sells had used these false confessions as a way to maintain control over his narrative and prolong his time in the spotlight, even if it meant lying about his involvement in crimes he hadn't committed. Psychologists and investigators familiar with Sells' behavior noted that he often sought attention and validation through his confessions, particularly in cases where he could exploit the uncertainty and mystery surrounding unsolved murders. By claiming involvement in notorious cases like the Dardine family massacre, Sells could bolster his image as a prolific and unstoppable killer, a persona that he seemed to embrace. But to those who had spent years studying his actions, it became apparent that Sells was more interested in feeding his own ego than in telling the truth. His confessions often changed or evolved, becoming more detailed as he learned more about the cases, but they never provided the hard evidence needed to link him definitively to the crimes. Furthermore, Sells' movements at the time of the Dardine murders were called into question. While his transient lifestyle made it difficult to track his exact whereabouts, some records indicated that he might not have been in the area when the murders took place. Though Sells often roamed across state lines, committing random acts of violence wherever he went, there was no definitive proof placing him in Inay, Illinois in November 1987. Investigators who looked into his timeline found it difficult to connect him to the crime, weakening the argument that he was the perpetrator. Many analysts also pointed out that the method of the Dardine murders did not fully align with Sells' typical modus operandi. While Sells was known for his brutal killings, his crimes often involved stabbings and quick, impulsive attacks. The Dardine murders, on the other hand, appeared far more methodical, with each member of the family murdered in a distinct and calculated way. Keith's execution-style shooting and mutilation in particular suggested a level of personal rage or hatred that didn't fit Sells' pattern of opportunistic violence. For this reason, many experts believed that the Dardines were targeted for a reason, perhaps one unknown to investigators, but Sells, who often killed without rhyme or reason, did not fit the psychological profile of their murderer. Ultimately, the inconsistencies in Sells' confession, coupled with his history of lying to law enforcement and the lack of evidence placing him at the scene, led many to discredit his claims. While Sells was undoubtedly a vicious and capable killer, the Dardine family massacre seemed outside his usual patterns, both in terms of motive and method. For Sells, confessing to this crime likely served only to boost his already sinister reputation, adding another chapter to the myth he had built around himself. But for those who had spent years investigating the Dardine murders, Sells was just another dead end, one more false hope in a case that had seen too many of them. As time passed, Sells' confession would fade into the background, another murky detail in a case already filled with unanswered questions. While the search for the true killer continued, the possibility of finding justice for the Dardine family seemed as elusive as ever, and the town of Inna was left to wonder if the real murderer would ever be found. From the moment the Dardine family murders were discovered, investigators faced an uphill battle in building a solid case. The brutality of the crime was undeniable, but what the case lacked was tangible, actionable evidence, something to point them in the right direction or tie a suspect definitively to the scene. Despite the horrific nature of the murders, the crime scene provided investigators with frustratingly little to work with. No DNA, no eyewitnesses, and no physical clues that could help unravel the mystery. One of the major obstacles was the lack of DNA evidence, which today has become a cornerstone of criminal investigations. In the 1980s, DNA analysis was still in its infancy. It had only recently begun to emerge as a forensic tool, and it wasn't yet as widely accessible or reliable as it is today. While investigators carefully combed the Dardine home for any possible trace of the killer hair, blood, skin cells, they found nothing that could definitively point to a suspect. If any DNA had been left behind, the technology of the time wasn't sophisticated enough to detect or analyze it with the precision that modern forensics allows. In a modern investigation, the chances of extracting valuable forensic evidence from the scene would be significantly higher. Today, crime scene investigators can use advanced DNA techniques such as touch DNA, which can detect even the smallest traces of genetic material left behind by skin contact. With this technology, it's possible that the killer's DNA could have been recovered from surfaces in the Dardine home, such as door handles or the baseball bat used in the murders. Familial DNA searches might also have been employed, where investigators could search DNA databases for partial matches, identifying relatives of the perpetrator, even if the killer's DNA was not already on file. The crime scene itself posed another challenge. The absence of witnesses was a glaring issue. The Dardines lived in a somewhat isolated area on the outskirts of Inay, and the location of their home meant there was little chance that anyone would have heard or seen the crime taking place. Without witnesses to report suspicious activity, law enforcement had nothing to go on in terms of tracking down potential suspects. In a more urban or densely populated area, investigators might have had access to security cameras or passers-by who could provide vital information, but the Dardine family's remote location left the police blind. Compounding this issue was the lack of physical evidence left behind by the killer. There were no fingerprints, no footprints, no obvious signs of the killer's presence beyond the carnage they had inflicted. The killer had managed to navigate the crime scene without leaving behind any obvious trace, suggesting a level of control and composure that puzzled investigators. The baseball bat, the murder weapon used on Elaine and Peter, was already in the house and belonged to Peter, further complicating the search for evidence. Since the killer hadn't brought their own weapon, it meant there were fewer clues to analyze, no fibers, no blood traces from transporting a weapon, nothing that could link the crime back to an individual. Another obstacle was the lack of forensic technology available to process the crime scene efficiently. In the 1980s, crime scene investigation techniques were far less sophisticated than today's standards. While investigators would have dusted for fingerprints and collected samples, many of the more subtle forms of evidence, such as latent DNA or microscopic particles, were likely missed or left uncollected simply because the tools and knowledge to identify them were not yet in use. Today, crime scene investigators use luminol and other blood detection chemicals to reveal traces of blood that might have been cleaned or gone unnoticed to the naked eye, as well as high-resolution imaging to capture every detail of a crime scene. The lack of substantial evidence also stemmed from the killer's methodical nature. Whoever committed the murders did so with an unnerving level of precision and control. The fact that the crime scene was so clean, despite the obvious violence, suggested that the killer was careful to avoid leaving any trace behind. In modern investigations, the use of behavioral analysis could have played a larger role in constructing a profile of the murderer. By analyzing the specific way the crime was carried out, the extreme violence, the targeted nature of the killings, and the castration of key profilers could have built a more detailed psychological portrait of the killer, which might have led to new avenues of investigation. Perhaps one of the most frustrating aspects of the investigation was the lack of a clear motive. Without a motive, it became even harder to narrow down suspects. Investigators explored potential explanations, from personal vendettas to random thrill killings, but without solid evidence, these theories remained speculative. In today's world of data analytics, investigators would likely have had access to more advanced databases to cross-reference known offenders or similar crime patterns across states, potentially identifying suspects or leads more quickly. Ultimately, the combination of limited forensic technology, the clean crime scene, and the absence of witnesses left law enforcement with very little to work with. Despite their best efforts, the case stagnated, leaving investigators frustrated and the Dardine family without justice. Today's forensic advancements, DNA databases, improved evidence collection methods, and more sophisticated crime scene analysis might have provided the breakthrough needed to solve the Dardine family murders. But in 1987, investigators were bound by the limitations of their time, and those limitations proved to be a formidable obstacle in the quest for answers. Despite the horrific and brutal nature of the Dardine family murders, the case never garnered the kind of widespread media attention that one might expect. The sheer savagery of the crime, the murder of an entire family, including a newborn, seemed like it should have dominated.
And there it is right there. That's the main reason I pulled this one to be my first one for today. It didn't get any real news coverage. There's not many people that have covered this that I've seen out here. And I don't understand it. It's a horrific case that really, really, really needs some kind of answers to it. And he's about to say it, I think, but I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. Right, Alicia? How does something like this not get some of the cases we've seen that aren't remotely even nowhere near as horrific as this? They're all bad, don't get me wrong, but some of the cases are nowhere near as horrific as this, and they get like national coverage on this. It's crazy to me. I don't understand it.
dominated headlines across the country, and yet the Dardine murders slipped quietly into the background, overshadowed by other high-profile cases from the 1980s. But why did this happen? What factors contributed to the lack of attention for such a chilling crime? To understand why the Dardine family's massacre was largely overlooked, it's important to consider the time period and media landscape of the late 1980s. This was an era in which certain types of stories dominated the news cycle, often focusing on larger urban areas or cases with specific elements that captured the public's imagination. National news networks and newspapers gravitated towards stories that could hold public attention for weeks, even months, often stories involving celebrity figures, shocking serial killers, or high-profile legal battles. In comparison, the Dardine murders, which took place in a small, rural town in southern Illinois, didn't fit into the narrative framework that tended to capture widespread interest. At the time of the Dardine murders, America's attention was already being consumed by other notorious cases, such as the high-profile killings by serial killers like Ted Bundy, who was executed in 1989, and Jeffrey Dahmer, whose crimes were coming to light in the early 1990s. Bundy, Dahmer, and other infamous criminals drew massive media coverage due to the scale of their crimes, the sensational nature of their killings, and the court trials that followed. These serial killers, who targeted multiple victims over extended periods, were prime subjects for the media as they provided ongoing, evolving stories that could capture the public's attention for years. In contrast, the Dardine family murders, while undeniably brutal, were a single, isolated event. There was no long-running investigation with multiple victims being discovered over time. Instead, it was one night of horrifying violence that, as far as investigators could tell, ended with the deaths of Keith, Elaine, Peter, and their newborn daughter. Without a suspect being apprehended or any concrete evidence tying the case to other crimes, there wasn't the same sustained momentum that the media often seeks to maintain public interest. In a news cycle that thrived on unfolding drama, the Dardine murders seemed to lack the hook necessary to keep viewers and readers engaged. Additionally, the Dardines lived in Inay, Illinois, a town with fewer than 2,000 residents. Crimes in small, rural towns often go underreported.
Welcome, Raquel. Thank you for joining us. Please be careful out there. Appreciate you being here with us today. Great to see you.
Or receive less national coverage simply because they don't occur in areas with large populations or media hubs. Major news outlets are more likely to focus on crimes in cities like New York, Los Angeles, or Chicago, where stories are easily accessible and reach broader audiences. The murders in Inay, devastating as they were, took place far from the spotlight of national media, making it difficult for the story to gain traction beyond the immediate region. Small town crimes, especially those that don't involve well-known individuals or extensive investigations, often suffer from media neglect despite their brutality. In the Dardine case, there were no elements of celebrity involvement, no courtroom drama with televised trials, and no sensationalistic details that would entice a nationwide audience. As chilling as the crime was, it lacked the marketable aspects that larger, more commercial cases possessed. The Dardines were an ordinary family living in an ordinary town, and for the national media, that ordinariness meant less appeal, especially when compared to the larger, more headline-grabbing cases of the time. This lack of media attention had real consequences for the investigation. With little national interest, fewer resources were directed toward solving the case. In high-profile murders, the pressure from constant media coverage often pushes law enforcement agencies to devote extra manpower and funding to solve the case quickly. The Dardine family didn't have that kind of visibility. Their case was largely left in the hands of local authorities who, despite their best efforts, lacked the resources and support that might have come with national attention. The lack of widespread media coverage also meant fewer tips from the public, fewer leads to follow, and ultimately fewer opportunities to bring the killer to justice. Furthermore, the Dardine murders were committed during a time when the national conversation around crime was increasingly dominated by the fear of serial killers. In the 1980s, cases involving serial offenders captured the public's imagination in a way that singular events did not. Serial killers like Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and the Zodiac Killer became the stuff of national fascination, their killings seen as a threat to society at large. A single, isolated massacre in a small town, no matter how brutal, was more easily dismissed as a local tragedy rather than a threat to the general public. Without the narrative of an ongoing killer at large, the media simply didn't give the Dardine case the attention it deserved. In hindsight, it's clear that the Dardine family murders deserved far more attention than they received. The horror of what happened to Keith, Elaine, Peter, and their newborn daughter should have shaken the nation. But in the noise of other crimes, court cases, and the evolving media landscape, their story was tragically overlooked. The lack of coverage didn't just mean that the public was less aware of the crime. It meant that the case was never given the national spotlight that might have brought more resources, more investigators, and possibly even justice for the Dardines. The media's failure to amplify their story is yet another tragic aspect of this unsolved case. Over the years, the pain and heartache caused by the murders of the Dardine family have weighed heavily on their surviving relatives. Though Keith, Elaine, Peter, and the unborn child were brutally taken from the world, their memory has never faded for the Dardine family members who have been left behind to grapple with the unimaginable loss. For them, the emotional toll has been profound, a wound that refuses to heal even decades after the crime. Family members, including Keith's mother, Joan Dardine, have spoken publicly about the agony of losing not just one, but four members of their family in such a violent and senseless way. In interviews, Joan Dardine has often described the profound grief that has accompanied her since that November night in 1987. She has spoken about the unimaginable pain of losing her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren, a sorrow that is compounded by the fact that justice has never been served. For Joan, the agony of the unsolved case has been a source of ongoing frustration, as the years have passed with no answers and no one held accountable for the brutal massacre of her family. Joan's words, filled with sorrow and determination, reflect the emotional depth of the loss. In one interview, she shared how the murders shattered not only her family, but her entire sense of peace and safety. There's nothing worse than knowing they died in such pain and that the person who did this is still out there, she said. I just want justice for them. I've waited for so long, but no mother should have to wait this long. Her voice carries the weight of a mother's grief, but also the strength of someone who refuses to let the case go cold. Despite the overwhelming emotional toll, Joan and other family members have remained vocal in their pursuit of justice. They have kept the case alive through advocacy, making sure that the memory of Keith, Elaine, and the children isn't forgotten. Joan, in particular, has made it a personal mission to continue speaking about the case in interviews with local media and law enforcement, hoping that one day new evidence or a witness might come forward to bring the killer to justice. Her tenacity in keeping the story in the public eye has been instrumental in preventing the case from slipping into complete obscurity, even as it remains unsolved. For Joan, part of the pain has been the slow, agonizing passage of time. In the years immediately following the murders, there was hope that the killer would be caught, that new evidence would surface, and that the investigation would find a breakthrough. But as the years turned into decades, the hope began to feel distant, and the reality of living without answers set in. In a later interview, Joan reflected on the frustration of watching similar cases receive media attention and resolution while her family's tragedy remained in the shadows. You just wonder why, she said. Why hasn't anyone come forward? Why don't we have answers? Joan's dedication to the case has not wavered even as she has grown older,
That's
and
true.
the
I remember that.
investigation has moved into the realm of cold cases. She continues to cooperate with law enforcement and media, doing everything she can to ensure the Dardine family's story remains relevant. In many ways, she has become the voice of her son and his family, advocating on their behalf and refusing to let their deaths be forgotten. Through the years, family advocacy has played a critical role in keeping unsolved cases like the Dardine murders in the public consciousness. Family members often attend cold case meetings, participate in interviews,
Thank
and reach
you,
out to
SRB.
organizations that work to solve decades-old crimes. In Joan's case, she has worked closely with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, providing any information or insights she might have, no matter how small. She has also connected with victim advocacy groups, which have offered her both emotional support and resources in her ongoing fight for justice. Though some members of the Dardine family have preferred to stay out of the public eye, Joan's willingness to speak openly about the case has given a face and voice to the tragedy. Her resilience has ensured that Keith, Elaine, Peter, and their unborn daughter are not just statistics in a cold case file, but are remembered as real people, a family whose lives were brutally cut short. Joan's advocacy has not only honored the memory of her loved ones, but has also inspired others who are still waiting for justice in their own family tragedies. In the end, the Dardine family's journey is one of profound loss, but also of enduring love and unyielding determination. For Joan and the rest of the family, the search for answers is far from over. Each year that passes brings renewed hope that someone somewhere will come forward with the information needed to solve the case. And until that day comes, Joan will continue to fight for the justice her family deserves. As the years have turned into decades, the murders of the Dardine family have remained one of the most haunting unsolved cases in the history of Illinois. More than 35 years have passed since that horrific night in 1987, yet no one has been brought to justice, and the questions surrounding the case continue to linger. How could such a brutal, senseless crime remain unsolved for so long? And why has the killer or killers managed to evade capture for all these years? One of the most frustrating aspects of the case is that it has never yielded enough concrete evidence to definitively point to a suspect. The crime scene, though brutal, was remarkably clean in terms of forensic clues. The killer seemed to know how to avoid leaving behind any traces of themselves, whether through fingerprints, DNA, or other physical evidence. As a result, investigators found themselves with little to work with from the very beginning. This lack of direct evidence has remained one of the key reasons why the case has eluded resolution. Additionally, the lack of witnesses compounded the difficulty of solving the case. The Dardines lived in a somewhat isolated area, and no one saw or heard anything unusual around the time of the murders. Without eyewitness accounts or even circumstantial sightings of suspicious individuals, law enforcement was left to rely solely on the crime scene itself, which yielded few leads. In small towns like Inay, where people tend to know one another, it was difficult to fathom that the killer could have slipped in and out of the area so easily without raising any suspicion. Over the years, investigators have entertained several theories about why the killer has never been identified. One possibility is that the perpetrator was someone passing through, a drifter or transient who had no ties to the town. This would explain the lack of connections between the Dardines and any potential suspects, as well as the clean escape after the murders. If the killer was an outsider, they may have been able to disappear without leaving behind any trail that local authorities could follow. In this scenario, the randomness of the crime would make it all the more difficult to solve. Another theory suggests that the killer could have been a local, someone known to the family or the community, but who has managed to conceal their involvement all these years. Given the close-knit nature of Inay, the idea that a neighbor or acquaintance could have committed the murders is disturbing, but not.
I I have a strong feeling, and I have that it is somebody that was known by the family, probably very well known by the family. Hey, Donnie, good to see you, brother. Um, And I've thought that since I first looked at this, that it was somebody that they knew. There's no forced entry. Somebody that was invited in and just took over, and you know what I mean? It's very plausible that that's the case, in my opinion, because of how a lot of these things happen. So, just saying.
Not entirely impossible. If the killer was someone familiar with the area and the Dardine's routine, they might have been able to carry out the crime without arousing suspicion. The lack of obvious motive, however, continues to make this theory difficult to prove. In the decades since the Dardine murders, there have been significant advancements in cold case investigations, particularly in forensic science. DNA technology has evolved dramatically since the 1980s, and many cases once thought unsolvable have been cracked open through the use of modern forensic techniques. The introduction of touch DNA, familial DNA searches, and advanced forensic databases has allowed law enforcement to revisit old evidence with fresh eyes. While the Dardine case has not yet benefited from these breakthroughs, there is still hope that, with the right resources, investigators might be able to extract new evidence from the crime scene or find a match in a national DNA database. Cold case investigators today often use advanced technology to reanalyze old evidence, looking for microscopic traces that might have been missed during the initial investigation. In addition to DNA, investigators can now use techniques like geoprofiling, which helps to narrow down the possible locations of suspects based on the geography of the crime. This, combined with modern behavioral analysis, could provide new insights into the identity of the killer. In recent years, there has been a renewed interest in solving long forgotten cases, thanks in part to advances in true crime media and public engagement. Shows, podcasts, and documentaries focusing on unsolved mysteries have brought public attention back to cases that had once gone cold. For the Dardine family, this kind of exposure could be a game changer. Increased media attention often leads to new
I almost wonder if that was done on purpose, Snooper, just to send a message per se to somebody. I mean, they pulled right up in front of and left the car right there, right in front of the police station, and it's crazy, crazy to be able to just do that and walk away. You know what I mean? And still have no idea who it was. That's crazy to me. Very bold, in my opinion, and very much a statement per se.
tips and information from the public, as people who may have been hesitant to come forward in the past begin to realize the significance of even the smallest detail. If the Dardine case were to receive this kind of attention, it's possible that new leads could emerge, reinvigorating the investigation. Despite the passage of time, cold cases are being solved at an unprecedented rate. Cases that had gone unsolved for decades are now being reopened and resolved, often through a combination of new technology, public awareness, and dogged investigative work. This brings hope to those who continue to fight for justice in the Dardine case. The fact that no one has been brought to justice doesn't mean the case is beyond solving. It simply means the right pieces of the puzzle have yet to fall into place. For the surviving Dardine family members, the lingering mystery of who killed their loved ones and why continues to weigh heavily on their hearts. After all these years, they remain hopeful that justice will one day be served and the killer will be identified and held accountable. As technology advances and public interest in cold cases grows, there is still a chance that the answers to this decades old mystery will finally come to light. Until then, the unsolved Dardine family murders remain a chilling reminder that even the most horrific crimes can sometimes slip through the cracks, leaving behind a mystery that haunts both the investigators and the families affected for generations. In the decades since the brutal murder of the Dardine family, the case has passed from one generation of investigators to the next, with each hoping to be the one to solve this enduring mystery. Although the initial investigation failed to yield enough evidence to bring the killer to justice, the case has never been fully closed.
Good
Cold
point,
case
Alicia.
units, both locally and at the state level, have revisited the crime in hopes that advancements in technology and new investigative techniques could finally crack it wide open. Cold case units are designed to focus on unsolved crimes that have gone dormant, re-examining old evidence through the lens of modern forensics. The Dardine family murders, with their horrifying brutality and lack of resolution, have always stood out as a prime candidate for reinvestigation. Over the years, law enforcement has periodically reopened the case, combing through files and evidence to see if new technologies, particularly in DNA analysis, might reveal clues that had been missed before. One of the most significant advancements that could impact the Dardine case is the rise of DNA technology. Since the late 1980s, DNA testing has evolved dramatically, becoming one of the most powerful tools in modern criminal investigations. In cold cases across the country, old evidence that had been stored for decades is now being reanalyzed with cutting-edge technology, and in many cases, it is yielding results that were previously impossible. In the Dardine case, investigators are hopeful that DNA left at the scene, whether in the form of trace blood, skin cells, or even hair, might still exist within the physical evidence collected back in 1987. Although initial attempts to find usable DNA were unsuccessful, today's technology could allow for the extraction of touch DNA even from small, degraded samples that were previously overlooked or deemed too minute to test. Touch DNA, which can be lifted from surfaces like clothing, furniture, or murder weapons, requires only a few cells to create a viable genetic profile. It's possible that with today's forensic techniques, such a profile could finally be developed and compared against national databases. One promising aspect of DNA analysis in cold cases is the use of familial DNA searches. Even if the killer's DNA isn't on file, a familial search can identify close relatives whose DNA might be present in a database, allowing investigators to narrow down suspects based on genetic links. This method has been used to solve several high-profile cold cases in recent years, including the infamous Golden State Killer case, where investigators used familial DNA to identify Joseph James D'Angelo, a man responsible for numerous rapes and murders in California during the 1970s and 80s. That case had gone unsolved for over 40 years before modern DNA technology led to his arrest. Another striking example of cold case success is the resolution of the murder of Christy Mirak, a young schoolteacher brutally killed in 1992. For over 25 years, investigators struggled to find her killer until DNA collected at the crime scene was used in combination with genealogical databases to identify Raymond Rowe, a man who had never been a suspect. Rowe was arrested in 2018 after DNA evidence conclusively tied him to the murder. These cases give hope that the Dardine murders, despite the passage of time, could still be solved using similar methods. Cold case units working today understand that even small, seemingly insignificant pieces of evidence like a stray hair or a fingerprint can now be the key to cracking open a long unsolved crime. As advancements in forensic technology continue to grow, the possibility that DNA or other forensic evidence might surface becomes more and more likely. In addition to DNA, cold case units are now employing new tools such as geographical profiling and behavioral analysis. These methods help detectives build a psychological and geographical profile of the killer, identifying patterns in how they might have moved through the area or linking them to other unsolved crimes with similar features. This kind of analysis can help investigators re-examine old suspects or identify new ones who were never on their radar at the time. The reopening of the Dardine case by cold case units has also been bolstered by renewed public interest in solving cold cases. Media attention, true crime documentaries, and podcasts have reignited the public's fascination with long unsolved crimes, sometimes leading to new tips from the public. People who may have been hesitant to come forward decades ago may now feel compelled to speak out, or may even realize that something they saw or heard back then is relevant to the case. Though the Dardine family murders remain unsolved, cold case units are far from giving up. With each technological advancement, the case files are reviewed and the evidence re-examined. law enforcement remains hopeful that someday a breakthrough will come, whether it's through DNA, a new witness, or a critical piece of evidence that emerges after years of silence. While the killer has managed to avoid capture for over 3 decades, history has shown that cold cases can and do get solved, even after long periods of dormancy. For the small town of Inay, Illinois, the murders of the Dardine family have left a permanent scar, one that has haunted the community for more than 3 decades. The brutality of the crime, combined with a lack of resolution, has made it difficult for the town to heal fully. In a place where most residents knew each other by name, the idea that someone could so violently and completely destroy a family and get away with it shattered the town's sense of safety and trust. Over the years, the people of Ina have struggled to find a way to cope with this tragedy, but the absence of justice has kept the wound open. Immediately following the murders, fear gripped the town, but as the initial shock subsided, the community turned to one another for support. The Dardines were well liked in the town, and their deaths sent ripples through the hearts of friends, neighbors, and local churchgoers. In the weeks after the murders, the town gathered to mourn the loss of Keith, Elaine, Peter, and their unborn child. Local churches held memorial services where townspeople came together not only to grieve but to find solace in one another's company. Those who knew the family spoke of their kindness, their love for one another, and the joy they had been looking forward to with the birth of their second child. Yet, as months turned into years, the case remained unsolved, and the community's initial outpouring of grief was gradually replaced by a lingering sense of unease. The realization that the killer had never been caught left the people of Ina unsettled. Some residents couldn't shake the feeling that the murderer might still be walking among them. Even as time passed, the memory of the Dardine family was never far from the town's collective consciousness. The unsolved nature of the crime became a part of the town's identity, a dark chapter in Ine's history that no one could seem to close. Over the years, there have been community efforts to keep the case alive in the public eye. Local residents have organized events in memory of the Dardines, using these gatherings not only as a way to honor the family, but also to remind people that justice has yet to be served. Some community members have maintained ties with law enforcement, pressing for updates and pushing for renewed investigations. These efforts, however small, have ensured that the case is not forgotten and that the town continues to hold out hope for answers. In recent years, the rise of true crime podcasts, documentaries, and social media has brought renewed attention to cold cases, and some in Ina have used these platforms to share the story of the Dardine family murders with a wider audience. These efforts have led to a growing awareness beyond the borders of the small town, with true crime enthusiasts and advocates joining in the call for justice. Local residents who were there at the time of the murders
Thank you,
or who
SRB.
have lived with the aftermath have participated in interviews and shared their memories in the hope that keeping the story alive will eventually lead to the discovery of new information. Despite these efforts, the lack of closure has had a profound emotional impact on the community. The murders left an indelible mark, and for many, it's difficult to move on when the crime remains unsolved. People in Ine, especially those who knew the Dardines personally, often reflect on the horror of that November night and the sadness that has persisted ever since. Without an arrest, the killer's shadow has continued to hang over the town, and the ongoing uncertainty has left many feeling frustrated and helpless. The tragedy has become part of the town's fabric, and each passing year without resolution only deepens the sense of loss. In a town as small as Inay, the deaths of 4 family members, including an unborn child, resonate deeply. The close-knit nature of the community means that almost everyone knew someone affected by the crime, whether it was a direct friendship with the Dardines or a connection to the investigation. The weight of the unsolved murders has created an atmosphere of unease and frustration, with some residents feeling as though the case has been forgotten by the outside world. This sentiment has driven many of the community's efforts to keep the story alive, with the hope that someone, somewhere, might still come forward with the information needed to solve the case. The Dardine family's gravesite has also become a place of quiet reflection for many in the town. It serves as both a memorial to the family and a reminder of the justice that has yet to be delivered. Local residents sometimes leave flowers or other tokens of remembrance, a small gesture that speaks to the deep sense of grief the town continues to feel. For the people of Inay, these acts of remembrance are a way of keeping the memory of the Dardines alive, while also holding on to the hope that one day the killer will be found. The emotional toll of the unsolved murders is still felt today. While Ina has carried on with the business of daily life, the Dardine case remains a painful chapter in the town's history, one that still haunts the memories of those who lived through it. The community has endured, but the lack of answers has left a lingering sense of incompleteness. Until justice is served, the town of Ina will continue its quiet search for closure, holding on to the belief that one day the truth will come to light and the Dardine family's killer will finally be brought to justice. For the people of Inay, the quest for closure is about more than just finding the person responsible. It's about healing the deep wound that the murders inflicted on their tight-knit community. And while they wait for that day to come, the town remains united in its shared grief, its collective memories, and its enduring hope that justice, though delayed, will not be denied forever. In the age of the internet, the unsolved murders of the Dardine family have not been forgotten by true crime enthusiasts and amateur detectives. Over the years, the case has gained traction in online communities, with countless armchair detectives discussing, dissecting, and theorizing about who could have been responsible for the brutal crime. These internet sleuths, many of whom are passionate about solving cold cases, have taken a deep dive into the details of the Dardine murders, attempting to piece together the puzzle that has confounded investigators for decades. Online forums dedicated to true crime, such as Reddit's popular Unresolved Mysteries and various specialized subreddits, have become gathering points for those interested in cracking the case. Internet sleuths have pored over publicly available documents, news articles, and interviews, and some have even attempted to contact individuals who were close to the case. While these communities often thrive on speculation, they also offer a collaborative space where people with different skill sets, ranging from research to behavioral analysis, can come together to try and uncover new leads. One of the most discussed theories online revolves around the possibility that the Dardine family fell victim to a random act of violence by a transient killer. Many internet sleuths have pointed to the fact that the crime took place in a rural area and that the killer could have been passing through, completely unconnected to the family or the town. Given the lack of any clear motive, some speculate that the Dardines were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, targeted by someone who was either mentally unstable or a seasoned killer moving from town to town. This theory aligns with the idea of a thrill killer, someone who derives satisfaction from murder itself rather than any personal vendetta or gain. Some internet detectives have connected the Dardine murders to other unsolved cases from the region and time period, attempting to establish a pattern of killings that might suggest the work of a serial offender. These sleuths have focused on similarities between the Dardine case and other home invasion murders, noting the methodical nature of the crime, the extreme violence, and the lack of a clear motive. While these connections remain speculative, they do highlight the possibility that the Dardines could have been victims of a larger spree, one that law enforcement hasn't fully linked together yet. Another popular theory that has gained traction online is the idea that the murders were the result of a personal vendetta or a long buried secret. Some online sleuths believe that the crime was far too brutal to be random and suggest that the killer may have had a personal connection to the Dardines, perhaps stemming from a hidden conflict that has never been revealed. This theory often leads to speculation about whether someone in the community harbored deep resentment toward the family and carried out the murders in a fit of revenge or rage. However, as with the random killer theory, there is little concrete evidence to support this idea, leaving it in the realm of conjecture. One particularly dark theory circulating among internet detectives is that the Dardine murders could have been related to satanic rituals or cult activity, a notion that surfaced in the aftermath of the crime during the height of the satanic panic of the late 1980s. Some sleuths have speculated that the mutilation of Keith's body and the murder of the entire family, including a newborn baby, might point to a ritualistic killing. However, most internet detectives dismiss this theory due to the lack of symbols, markings, or other indicators of occult practices at the crime scene. Amateur investigators have also scrutinized Tommy Lynn Sell's confession, which initially seemed like a breakthrough but later fell apart under examination. Internet sleuths have analyzed Sell's claims and compared them to his known patterns of behavior, often concluding that while he was capable of committing such a crime, the inconsistencies in his confession suggest he was more interested in attention than in telling the truth. Many sleuths remain skeptical of his involvement, viewing him as another dead end in the investigation rather than the key to solving the case. While many of the theories explored by internet sleuths remain speculative, some efforts have led to potentially credible leads. For instance, online detectives have pointed out that there may be overlooked connections between the Dardine murders and other unsolved crimes in nearby towns. Some sleuths have drawn attention to individuals with violent histories who were either in or near the area around the time of the murders, suggesting that these individuals should be re-examined as possible suspects. In certain cases, internet sleuths have even reached out to law enforcement to share their findings, though the impact of these tips on the official investigation remains unclear. Another development that has emerged from the world of internet sleuthing is the use of crowdsourcing to gather new information. Some true crime forums have initiated efforts to track down old newspaper clippings, archived police reports, or witness accounts that may have been forgotten over the years. In some cases, these online efforts have led to the rediscovery of small but significant details that could be relevant to the case. For example, sleuths have revisited the timeline of the murders, questioning whether there were sightings of suspicious vehicles or strangers in the area that hadn't been properly followed up on at the time. Overall, the contributions of internet sleuths have kept the Dardine case alive in the public consciousness. While the official investigation remains ongoing, the passion and dedication of these amateur detectives have helped maintain interest in the case, bringing it to the attention of a new generation of true crime enthusiasts. The collective efforts of online communities, though largely speculative, continue to shine a light on the Dardine murders, keeping the hope of justice alive. In some cold cases, the persistence of internet sleuths has led to real breakthroughs, such as in the case of Alyssa Turney, whose disappearance was brought back into the spotlight thanks to online advocacy. While the Dardine case has yet to see such a breakthrough, the continued engagement of online communities suggests that it is not impossible. As new generations of sleuths take an interest in the case and technology continues to advance, the amateur investigation into the Dardine family murders might yet uncover the crucial lead that brings the killer to justice. Will we ever truly know who was responsible for the brutal murders of the Dardine family? It's a question that has lingered for more than 3 decades, and as the years go by, it remains as haunting as ever. In cases like this, where answers have eluded both investigators and the community for so long, it can be difficult to maintain hope. But history has shown that even the most confounding cold cases can, and often do, see breakthroughs sometimes when least expected. So, what would need to happen for the Dardine murders to finally be solved? For this case to move forward, the most likely path is through new evidence, whether that comes in the form of advanced forensic analysis or information from the public. Advances in DNA technology hold the greatest promise. As mentioned earlier, if DNA or other forensic material from the crime scene can be re-examined using modern methods like touch DNA or genealogical DNA searches, it could lead to a new suspect or provide a crucial link to a person of interest. The continued improvement of DNA technology means that even cases with degraded or minimal evidence may still offer opportunities for a genetic profile to be developed, which could ultimately lead to an arrest. Additionally, the case could be cracked wide open if new witnesses or previously silent individuals decide to come forward. Over time, people's circumstances and motivations change, and someone who may have been afraid to speak up in the past might now be willing to share what they know. It's possible that someone out there has information, whether it's a recollection of seeing something suspicious that night, knowledge of a person behaving oddly afterward, or even details overheard in conversation that could help bring the killer to justice. Sometimes, small pieces of information, when combined with modern investigative tools, can make all the difference in solving a case. Another potential avenue for progress in the Dardine murders lies in media attention and public interest. As more true crime cases receive exposure through documentaries, podcasts, and online communities, there's always the chance that renewed focus on the Dardine family's story could generate new leads. Public pressure often reignites cold cases, prompting law enforcement agencies to reallocate resources and bring in fresh eyes to re examine evidence. If the Dardine murders were to gain national attention once again, it could help spur efforts to finally resolve the case. But even with these advancements and renewed efforts, there is the question of whether we will ever know the full truth behind the killings. The possibility remains that the person or people responsible could have passed away, or that crucial evidence may have been lost over time. Still, history has shown that justice can come even after decades of uncertainty. Many cold cases that seemed unsolvable have been cracked wide open even after long periods of dormancy. The Dardine family deserves justice, and with each passing year, the hope persists that the right evidence, the right person, or the right moment will bring the truth to light. The Dardine family murders remain one of the most tragic and baffling cases in recent memory, a devastating crime that wiped out a young family, leaving a community in shock and sorrow. Keith, Elaine, Peter, and their unborn daughter were taken in a single night of unimaginable violence, and in the 30-plus years since, the case has continued to haunt the town of Inay and all who have followed their story. The brutality of the crime, combined with the complete absence of clear answers, has left an indelible mark on the people who knew the Dardines and those who have sought to find justice for them. As time has passed, the case has often seemed to slip through the cracks of the broader criminal justice system, overshadowed by other high profile cases and overlooked by the media. Yet, it is precisely cases like this small town tragedy.
Why, thank you, Miss Cassie. That was so very nice of you for the super chat. Congratulations, boss man. I appreciate you, dear. You know I do so very much. Horse TV's in the house. What's going on, Walt? Good to see you. That was beyond sweet of you, Cassie. Thank you so much, hon. Much love to you, dear. You know. Appreciate that so much.
That don't receive the attention they deserve, that remind us of the importance of persistence, both in the quest for justice and in our remembrance of those who were lost.
Again, thank you guys to everybody that has dropped super chats and or donations towards the Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. It means everything. It's never ever expected, nor expected, or yeah, it's never ever expected. But we definitely appreciate it because it keeps me going, and I appreciate the thought and the generosity so very much. You guys are amazing. Thank you again so much.
Lost. The Dardines were a family like so many others, living simple lives filled with love and hope for the future. Their story deserves to be told, and their killer deserves to be brought to justice. In reflecting on this case, we're reminded of the many unsolved mysteries that still hang in the balance, waiting for the right piece of evidence, the right witness, or the right moment to crack them open. The advancements in forensic technology, combined with the dedication of cold case investigators and the passion of those who care about justice, provide hope that one day the truth behind the Dardine family murders will finally emerge. Perhaps with time, advances in technology, and the dedication of those who care, the truth will finally emerge, and with it, the closure and justice that the Dardine family and the community of Ina have long deserved. Until that day comes, we hold on to hope and continue to search for the answers that have eluded us for far too long.
All right, y'all. Sorry, that was very long-winded. He talked a lot more than I thought he was going to, so my apologies. Again, this case is crazy. Like I said, very, 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 very horrific. And I'm really beyond shocked that um that it hadn't had more airplay. And I have another to end it with, another news break that basically they're sharing that the main suspect, the only ever suspect in this case, was executed, which was Tommy Lynn Sells, guys. So we're gonna check this out here and then move on to the next situation.
At their wedding, and to find out a few years later they'd been so brutally murdered, and yet we're not any closer to really solving this than we were after it happened. It's
yeah, Walt, it's been a good show. Thank you, sir, very much for being here.
Very things happening down here. There's people being murdered and robbed and just all kinds of meanness. And he said, I don't like it.
The crime happened in this mobile home in 1987. Investigators.
Well, this is supposed to be different, but I guess it was the same one we watched at the very beginning. So I'm sorry about that, you guys. We shall move on. But again, I agree with Alicia. It was so sad because they were so close to getting out of there. They were going to be able to get away from that area, get out of their trailer, so on and so forth. And I have to think that if they would have moved, it probably would have prevented this. It's sad. I don't know. What do you think of this, Mama Bear? Are you still here? Did I put you out? Oh, there was no robbery, Eddie. No robbery, bud. Nothing was stolen. What'd you say, Bear? Sorry.
I said, I'm still here. I said that it was really loud.
I can barely hear you, dear.
No. I have my earbuds in.
Oh.
Hopefully with, I don't know if there's any way that they can get some DNA or something and resolve it or find something. But of course, by now, maybe there's not anybody to find anymore. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. 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 At this point in juncture in the case, how long it's been, it would be, anything would be helpful at that point. You know what I mean? It really would.
Right.
So I feel so bad. I feel it's just, I can't get past what happened. I can't get past with whoever did this. Like I said, your theory really is like dragging on my mind right now, because with them bludgeoning the mother into labor and then attacking the newborn the way they did and taking the life of the newborn, still that's a personal thing. It feels like to me almost, it's crazy.
Yeah. And that's the only thing I can think of that would make someone want to do that to a newborn.
Yeah. And that's another, Alicia just said, or Eddie or Alicia, SRB and Eddie, all three combined, baby, put together. I'm wondering if within this area there were any other murders. I've never looked into that yet, or anything like this that were even remotely close. I'm gonna have to look back and see if I can find anything. They never referenced anything, but no, I don't know. So
right.
Oh no, I got you, Eddie. I got you, bud. Understood now.
Where was this at? I forgot the name of the.
What'd you say?
I said, where was it at? I forgot the name of the.
Ina, Illinois. It's a town I never even heard of. Ina, Illinois. Very small, like rural town, kind of like where I'm from. You know what I mean? Where I live, I should say. Very country and rural. There was a lot of homes out here that were like trailers that were placed on property, not in a park, obviously, like theirs was, just out in the country. And it's just, and that's another thing too, because it's such a rural area, most people think it's safer to live in those areas, but this is horrific. This is beyond horrific. So just saying. Hey, Tomboy. Ina. Yeah, thank you. Because I had no idea. I was about to ask how to spell that. Thank you, Tomboy. Peggy said, we will all be so happy, a little less stressed when all this is done. So many legal hoops to jump through. What are you talking about, Miss Peggy? This case here? I would love to see this case have some closure. Or are you talking about something else in general?
She might be talking about Idaho.
Or Idaho, maybe. Or maybe she's talking about something personal. If it's something personal, I hope the best for you, whatever you got going on, maybe.
Oh.
Based on what SRB said, yeah. Okay. All right, let me get this one moved around here. Give me a minute. This next one won't be anywhere near as long. I'm sorry, you guys. That was long and just very long-winded. He kept going back into the same. He kind of explained things towards the end of that the same way, the same thing 6 different ways. So my apologies for that. Excuse me. Okay, this next case, like I said, luckily, this next case is not anywhere near as graphic and horrific, but it's very strange. Very strange, and it's an indigenous case again, which is something that needs to be paid attention to a lot more than it is in a bad way. They nowhere get anywhere near enough airplay or anything. Let me see. Hold on. And tomorrow, guys, we're gonna finish up with Darlie Routier. In the morning, and tomorrow night we'll be back into the creepy, unexplained, and scary Saturday night. Hold on here. All right, so this next case is about the Jack family. This is out of Canada, by the way, you guys. You could get Taylor if you want to. I have it written down now, and I had it written down anyway, and I planned on doing it. I forgot that I had this stuff in the background I was going to run, and I really wanted to get on it, and it just jumped through my brain. So, but you can if you want, Taylor. I appreciate it. That one was a brain scratch. It was rough, Cap. This one's even more, in my opinion, mysterious. It's very strange and suspicious, and I don't quite get it, but I don't know, guys. It's nuts. So I got a couple versions to show you on this. That way we can make sure we get all the details out of it. Wait. Hold on. Sorry. 1 second. And again, because this was, hold on one moment. Hold on, guys. I'm having a little bit of an issue here. Hold on 1 minute.
Pretty good?
All right, so normally hold on. Normally I would play a news break before it, and I was not able to find one on this, which is very sad to me. And that, once again, this is an Indigenous family in Canada. You would think there would be, and that's sad to me. It makes me sick, actually. So, you're just gonna get the straight story without that. Like, I don't normally do that. I normally do that, but I can't with this one. So my apologies. And on we go. It's really sad. It's really sad. The missing Indigenous people, families, or just people in general, they really, really, really deserve so much more attention than they get. It's just sad to me. Really sad. Come on, load up for me here. Load up. Excuse me. Oh, okay. There we go. It's starting to load now. Maybe I spoke too soon. It is. It's absolutely terrible. Over. Okay, here we go. It's loading. It's coming. All right, here we go. Sorry, you guys. But this footage is provided via Abstract, and I want to thank them so very much again for providing this footage.
After 1 a.m., when Mabel Jack heard her phone ring, and thinking it could be an emergency, she answered it. On the other end was her 26-year-old son, Ronnie. He was calling to tell her the good news. He and his partner Doreen had been offered a job at a local logging camp, and it had daycare for the kids. They didn't have a car, but the man who'd offered them the job was willing to give them a lift tonight so they could start first thing tomorrow. Mabel knew how badly her son wanted to work, so she stayed quiet. But then, right before Ronnie hung up, he said something that would haunt her for the rest of her life. If I don't come back, come looking for me.
Ronald and Doreen Jack, along with their children, 9-year-old Russell and 4-year-old Ryan, disappeared in the early hours of August 2nd, 1989.
The only case of its kind in Canada where an entire family has gone missing.
BC has so many serial
killers.
It
is a real mystery. This certainly is the largest paper file that we
Before we tackle the theories surrounding the Jack family, We first need to understand the sequence of events that took place on the night of their disappearance. And those events start in a bar in Prince George, British Columbia. It was on this night that Ronald Paul Jack, also known as Ronnie, decided to visit his local pub, known as the First Liter. It's safe to say that things had not been going well for Ronnie recently, and he was dealing with his problems the old-fashioned way, by drinking them out of existence. You see, Ronnie had recently lost his job at a local sawmill due to a back injury, and this had put him and his partner, 26-year-old Doreen Jack, and their 2 young children into a less than ideal situation. Ron was the sole breadwinner, but now he was no longer able to work to support his family, and the social assistance they were receiving just wasn't enough. Ronnie was getting desperate. Still, he had a large extended family that were helping where possible, so things could have been worse. And they were about to be. He just didn't know it yet. At some point in the evening, it's not known when exactly, a man unknown to both staff and regular patrons entered the bar. This man would change everything. He was described as Caucasian, in his late 30s, heavy-set and tall with reddish-brown hair and a full beard. He was wearing a baseball cap, a red checkered work shirt, and a blue waist-length nylon jacket with an orange logo on the front. Witnesses would report how this unknown man and Ronnie would get talking, and after a while, the two would be seen leaving the pub in the man's dark 4x4 pickup truck at around 11 p.m. Together, the pair would make the short 350-metre journey to the Jack family home at 2116 Strathcona Avenue. Now, when they arrived back at Ronnie's house, Ronnie would introduce the unknown man to his partner, Doreen Jack. Doreen was described by those who knew her as funny, easygoing, and nurturing, so it's likely that she would have been fairly receptive to the good news that Ronnie was about to tell her. This unknown man had offered them both well-paid jobs at a local logging camp, about an hour west from their home. Ron would be bucking logs, and Doreen could work as a camp cook. And since the camp's location was remote, and neither Doreen nor Ronnie owned or had access to a car, the man had also offered them both a ride back to the camp. But the job started tomorrow, so they'd have to leave with the man tonight. And considering their desperate financial situation, Doreen agreed. There was just one small problem. Ronnie and Doreen had 2 young children, 4-year-old Ryan and 9-year-old Russell, and Russell was due to start school in a few weeks. So at 11:16 p.m, phone records show that Ronnie called his brother. During this conversation, he would tell his brother about the job. It would be for about 10 days, but possibly up to 2 weeks, at a camp near Bednesty in the Cluckholes Lake area, approximately 40 kilometres west from Ronnie and Doreen's house in Prince George. He then asked his brother if he would be able to look after the kids, and his brother declined. But it would seem that this unknown man had a solution. The children can be looked after at the camp. Reluctantly or not, it seems that this highly unusual offer was agreed to. And at midnight, Doreen's cousin would stop by the house to witness her packing supplies for a few weeks and the unknown man inside the property. Doreen's cousin would stay for about an hour, and it's from him that we have the only physical description of the man. At 1:21 a.m, on Wednesday, August 2nd, phone records confirm that a call was made from the Jack family residence to Ronnie's parents' residence in Burns Lake. Mabel, Ronnie's mother, has stated that during this call, Ronnie explained that he had been offered a well-paid job and that he was taking the family with him since the camp had daycare, but that they would need to be back before school started for Russell in September. Mabel immediately felt like something was off, but since Ronnie had been so desperate to work, she didn't say anything. And then it got stranger, because Ron finished the conversation with, quote, "If I don't come back, come looking for me." Doreen's cousin left at around 1:30 a.m, just as the family were leaving.
It maybe. That's a good question. I mean, yes, we're not on that topic right now, but yeah, it's an interesting. I know I would want to hear anything he would have to say. So it's a good question, James. Very interesting, and I'm very interested to see hear what that whole statement was about, possibly. So I hope he does, to be honest with you.
The only other sighting of the family that night would be Doreen's sister, who had dropped by to speak to Doreen, but had decided not to interfere when she saw the family loading the car. She didn't suspect that any harm was coming to the family, but she would later state that something told her that she'd better stay away. She had no idea what was about to happen. Nobody did. And with that, the man drove the family off into the wilderness in the middle of the night. It was, we know now, the beginning of the end.
The Yellowhead Highway leads the traveler inland through the densely forested coastal mountains. It is variety which best describes this province. Variety and a diversity of splendor. British Columbia.
Over the next few weeks, Mabel's sense of unease grew. Ronnie had failed to call her like he always did. But then again, he was out working in the middle of nowhere and probably didn't have access to a phone. And even if she had wanted to say something to the police, he technically wasn't missing. And to complicate matters, he actually hadn't given a specific date of return or even an address. So after the 2-week mark, they left it one more week before finally reporting the family as missing to the Prince George RCMP on August the 26th, 1989. Over the next few days, the police began making inquiries over the phone about the family in the surrounding areas, and when those calls amounted to nothing, they eventually released the details of the story to the media. Now, even if you're not looking for it, it's hard not to notice the disinterest from the police and media that marks the first few weeks and months following the Jack family's disappearance. A family that had seemingly been lured out of their homes in the middle of the night should have made national headlines, but it didn't. Instead, on Wednesday the 30th of August, 4 days after the family were reported missing, a local newspaper would release a decidedly underwhelming article.
And this is what's disgusting to me. And I know it's because, hey, Far, good to see ya. Wonderful to see you today from down under. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. This is what burns my ass, guys, and it disgusts me. Look at this article. It's this big in a newspaper. That's all these people got. That's all they got. Again, because they, just like every other indigenous case I've ever looked into, they're unimportant. Nobody seems to care. It's not important enough to put on the front page of the news or on the news itself. But we have, other cases that we've all covered that we know make national, even world news that are known about in Africa and China and Japan. It's disgusting. This is the only coverage that was ever put out. How sad is that, you guys? That's another reason. That's why I played this, because again, it doesn't get anywhere near enough. And I'll be playing a lot more of these cases that are indigenous because of this. It's not fair. It's unfair completely. These families, if these families or these people that go missing that are indigenous got as much coverage as some of these other cases did, they'd probably be found. That's a fact. That's my opinion, and a fact. It's a factual opinion, in my opinion. I'll say that much. Okay. So there's that too. But this was just absolutely sickening and pathetic to me that this is what this family got. That's how important they were. They got a little 2x2 square in a newspaper on a page that nobody even looks at, probably the 4th page in. It's disgusting to me, you guys. We can do better, and we really do need to do better. Okay.
Incorrectly stating that a Burns Lake family had gone missing. As we know, the family were residents of Prince George. So
they didn't even get it right. Burns Lake family goes missing. They're from Prince George, guys. That's sad. Shame on you.
In spite of the fact that Ronnie's lack of communication was highly unusual, records show that he called his mum regularly, in spite of the fact that the family had left all of their belongings, taking only enough clothes to last 2 weeks, and in spite of the fact that Ronnie and Doreen had registered both their children to start school in September, almost immediately, it seems that the investigation began to lean on the theory that the Jack family's disappearance was intentional. In this first article, the only statement given by police is about Ronnie, and it reads thus: "It is possible he found further employment and hasn't bothered to phone home." To add insult to injury, just over a week later, a spokesperson for the Prince George Police Department mistakenly declared that the family had now, in fact, been found and were home safe and sound. This was, of course, all news to the family. They hadn't seen this article in the Prince George paper because they didn't live there. According to the RCMP, this confusion apparently came from an investigator misunderstanding Ronnie's dad about a supposed sighting, which doesn't really make any sense, given that shortly after this article was published, the family had moved into Ronnie and Doreen's home and were beginning to raise money to fund their own searches. Maria Jack, Doreen's younger sister, still wonders how such a fundamental misunderstanding could happen. But she told me that, quote, a few months later, when our family was asking how the investigation was going, they said, I thought they were found, but our family said no, they're still missing, so they had to reopen the case. And so, unbelievably, for around 2 months after they went missing, the Jack family's disappearance was not actively being investigated, nor reported on. Nonetheless, it does seem that at some point in October, investigators had both talked to workers at local logging camps and performed basic aerial and ground searches in and around the Prince George area.
Thanks again for joining us and for being here for our queue. It's wonderful to have you here. Thanks.
But unsurprisingly, with no specific address for the logging camp and only a vague description of the unknown man, they turned up empty-handed. By Christmas, the cold weather had kicked in and both Doreen and Ronnie's family found themselves unable to continue searching. Mabel had moved into Ronnie and Doreen's home for a time in the hope that they might just walk through the front door. But of course they didn't, and eventually she had no choice but to move back out. As the months passed, aside from a poster offering a reward of $2,000 for anyone able to provide information leading to the family's whereabouts, it began to feel like both the police and the media had lost interest. The leads dried up, the searches stopped, and this left Mabel, her husband, and their remaining 5 sons to search the vast wilderness on their own, while Doreen's sister Maria searched the Vancouver area. But night after night, no matter how hard they looked, they found nothing, not a single trace of the family they once knew and loved. Ronnie, Doreen, Russell, and Ryan seemed to have vanished into thin air. Later that year, the family felt like they caught a break when it was announced that Crime Stoppers Canada would team up with a local station in Prince George to produce a reenactment of the events leading up to their disappearance. This short film ran on the local station CKPG-TV for, quote, 3 weeks in the fall of 1990 and again in the spring of 1991. But somehow, producers failed to realise that this channel was not received in the region where the Jack family was suspected to have gone missing. And once again, there was radio silence, apart from the odd officer popping up to bemoan the problem of, quote, native people not coming forward with any information they have that will help with the case, which makes the investigation more difficult. To be fair, it's not hard to see why. Research has shown that Indigenous communities have disproportionately been the object of a number of human rights abuses at the hands of Canadian police. And Prince George, the city where the Jack family were living, has some of the worst examples. We are talking everything from setting dogs on Indigenous children as young as 12 to full-blown bell rings within the Prince George judicial system. So, if Indigenous communities wanted to stay the hell away from RCMP officers, it's not really difficult to understand why. While this may have hampered the investigation, so too would threatening to cut off family members from information about the case if they in any way, shape or form went to try and get the media that the case so desperately needed. To quote Maria, Doreen's sister, at a hearing she would later take part in,
I got afraid then, and when I was afraid to talk because I needed to stay in touch with Doreen's case. For the longest time, I was like that.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, it was around this time that both media coverage and leads surrounding the case dried up. At least, that is, until the phone call.
RCMP.
The Jack family are buried at the south end of Gordon's Ranch.
Is it regarding the Jack family?
On the morning of Sunday, the 28th of January, 1996, an anonymous phone call was made to the RCMP. When the investigators traced the call, it wasn't long before a province-wide appeal was made for the caller to phone again. And when they didn't, they released the call to the public, along with a statement from one investigator, which can best be summarised in its last line. I can tell you that we wouldn't be going to all this trouble if it wasn't credible. Why did investigators consider this brief and arguably ambiguous call just so credible? There was, it seems, a few reasons. First of all, the call was made near where the Jacks were suspected to have gone missing, in an area with a particularly high proportion of forestry workers. Second of all, it would turn out that there was a party taking place on the property until the early hours of the morning, and it seems that investigators had theorised that this person knew that the police would be able to trace the call, and had used the party as cover. And third of all, perhaps more obviously, they didn't really have anything else to go on. The family felt sure that this would be the lead that would break the case open. But there was a glaringly obvious problem. The party had already happened, and ultimately investigators were unable to track all of the attendees down. And on top of that, in spite of being sent off to specialists for analysis, the actual recording itself was unclear. It was possibly Gordy's ranch, but also possibly Gordy's or Corey's. No one could really seem to agree, and ultimately, investigations died down. But even though this felt like a dead end, it did seem to be a psychological turning point in the investigation. The police now seemed to have once and for all let go of the idea that the family had run off to pastures anew, or that Ron had done something terrible and then performed the escape of the century without access to a car or money. Hoax or not, this call seemed to prompt investigators to publicly acknowledge a number of theories for the first time. For example, when it was discovered that Ronnie had told his mom that he had owed money to someone, the idea was floated that perhaps something bad had happened at the hands of someone who wanted their money back. Another theory that would be floated by investigators is that the group had gotten into a car accident. After all, Ron and the unknown man, the driver, had been at the pub in the hours leading up to the drive. And what about Ronnie? He had a temper, and Doreen's sister had seen him lash out at her on more than one occasion. Maybe Ronnie was the monster. While all these theories are possible, they do all present a number of problems. If Ronnie did do something, then where was he now? And why involve another man? If the family were wanted for debts, then how were they going to pay them back if they weren't around to do so? Put crudely, the dead don't pay debts. And there was no evidence that a car accident ever took place.
Well, thank you so much, Bar, for gifting that membership. I can't see who got it right this second, but God bless, Bar. That was so very generous of you, dear. Much, much appreciated, and thank you so much. Did somebody named Callie get it? Hold on. Yeah. Is it Callie? They received it? Thank you so much again, Bar. So very generous of you, dear. Enjoy them kitties. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless.
If this unknown man was who he said he was, and he had the means to hire people, then surely his absence would have been noticed. But no one fitting this description was ever reported missing. In the end, the police concluded that given the network of loggers, hunters, and people working in the bush, a wreck would have turned up by now. And it hadn't. It didn't matter what way they looked at it. The Jack family's disappearance was still a complete mystery. How? Many found themselves asking. How can an entire family just vanish? But that's a trick question. Because they don't. It's important to remember that an entire family being taken is not just unlikely, it's incredibly rare. But even though the Jack family's disappearance was an anomaly in that regard, it was part of what was becoming a terrifying pattern that, to this day, authorities are still struggling to make sense of. And that brings us to the next part. Because there's another important piece to this puzzle. And to put it all together, we're going to need to take a closer look at a road known as Highway 16. Running right through the heart of British Columbia is Highway 16. And along Highway 16, people go missing, including the Jack family. How many others have gone missing is actually a matter of debate, and it depends on who you ask. Official numbers state that 19 men and 18 women have gone missing or been murdered along the route since 1970. Minimum being the choice word here, because when it comes to violent crimes, unlike in the UK and the US, in Canada,
the data just isn't available. There's a system in theory that's in place called the Violent Crime Linkage Analysis System, which is a questionnaire that's completed in every violent crime, including homicide, that then gets uploaded and disappears into a black hole of bureaucracy. And beyond that, we don't know what gets done with that data. We don't know what matches have been made. As far as public record goes, no matches have ever been made. The US has a similar system that we know has failed. We've tried to build a similar database in Canada that would allow us very clearly to see and visualized on a screen, coast to coast, who's being targeted and in what numbers and how. And we have faced roadblocks at every turn in this country.
Who's throwing up the roadblocks?
Well, unlike in the United States, in Canada, the thought is to be violating the privacy interests of the murder victims, and by extension, maybe the offenders.
So, yeah, take those numbers with a grain of salt. In reality, various advocates have stated that there are at least double the amount of female victims. And disproportionately, the missing and murdered along Highway 16 are from First Nations communities. The Indigenous communities that live along this highway are marked by high levels of poverty and a lack of access to basic services, as well as, I think it's more than fair to say, high levels of generational trauma. These levels of poverty do not happen in a vacuum, but they are the result of a long and complex history spanning hundreds of years. Historically, the Indigenous people of Canada have endured what can only be referred to as a cultural genocide. Through colonisation, many attempts have been made to forcibly disconnect them from their land, their culture, and their identity. One particularly brutal way in which colonisation was realised in Canada was in its residential school system.
Yeah, Highway 16's got a very, very, very dark and bad reputation, Eddie. Stay away from it at all costs. 100%. Just saying. Hey, Phil. There's our Phil. What is happening, Phil? Phil says, hey there, Miss Callie. Welcome to the sauce. Jump right in with the other meatballs. The sauce is warm and tasty. Stay off the bottom. Some never return. And that is true. Thank you, Phil. Yes, yes.
These schools, the very last of which was closed in 1996, were designed to assimilate Indigenous children by teaching Euro-Canadian and Christian values. In reality, they were simply abusive cults, where children were forcibly removed from their homes and were not allowed to speak their own language or acknowledge their culture or heritage without threat or punishment, both emotional and physical. These schools were endured over many generations, and in the Jack family, as in many other Indigenous families, that trauma runs deep. In Doreen's case, it basically meant a childhood marked by abuse at the hands of a father that was struggling with his own demons. That was capped off with a stay in their local residential school.
We were in residential school, and
No apologies, Peggy. It's okay. I'm talking about what we have to do for my daughter on stitches in New Zealand. Oh, good Lord, have mercy. I'm sure that you're going through hell right now, and I am so sorry. That's not easy stuff to deal with, Peggy. I understand completely. And I will keep you and your family in my thoughts and prayers on a daily basis. And I hope it all works out, and it works out quickly for all of you. That's horrible stuff. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. I prayed for you that it does work out in the positive side of things, and it becomes easier for you guys, truly. Again, I'm so sorry you're going through that.
we were not allowed to bond as family members. I'd be sitting in the same room, and if we talk to each other in our, if we're in the same room and we're talking to each other and bonding as family, the nuns would grab us by our ear or something and pull us apart and tell us that's not permitted, really scold us and tell us that you're not allowed to do that here. Us sisters, knowing this, we were not close. I know what I know, what they taught me doesn't go away.
Before continuing to look at the situation on Highway 16 and those that find themselves its victims, it's important it gets put in its appropriate context. The decision to not immediately challenge police conclusions when a loved one goes missing, or the decision to hitch a ride with a stranger to make a bit of money, a common occurrence on Highway 16, may not make a lot of sense to you. But when you are faced with a lack of alternative options and a lifetime of abuse at the hands of those that should have protected you, the police included, it does make sense. It doesn't start on Highway 16, but for many, that's where it ends. Because too often, having been forced into taking these risky decisions, these victims then find themselves alone on what has been called the Highway of Tears, a 725-kilometre westbound stretch running from Prince George to Prince Rupert. To call this place remote is an understatement. This is not the kind of place you want to find yourself alone with a stranger. Yet, that's exactly what seems to keep happening. This road has become so infamous that if you travel on the road today, you'll see huge billboards that read, "Girls, don't hitchhike on the Highway of Tears. Killer on the loose." That's a deliberate choice of words. By 2005, things had gotten so bad that the RCMP were forced to launch an official investigation into whether or not there are multiple serial killers operating along Highway 16. And the only substantive conclusion investigators were able to draw was that it's definitely not a single serial killer. In the years since, a number of experts have been calling for Canadian authorities to...
Yeah, with many cases I've looked at about Highway 16, the Highway of Tears, whatever you want to call it, many other people have looked at it. There are multiple upon multiple cases that involve this situation, and there's no way it's one person. It's many people, and it's really crazy. Exactly, Cap. Exactly. And they to put signs up that says do not hitchhike here, do not do that. I mean, come on, guys, it's crazy. So yeah, think about that.
seriously investigate a problem that seems to be staring them right in the face. British Columbia has an unusually high number of missing persons cases. And like everywhere else in Canada, it's Indigenous people who are disproportionately affected. However, since coming to this official conclusion, investigations seem to have slowed to a grinding halt. Not that it matters in the case of the Jack family anyway, because being an entire family, they didn't fit into the pattern that was being investigated at the time, even though, officially at least, an equally alarming number of boys and men have gone missing along Highway 16. And that's the thing with the Jack family. Somehow, their disappearance just always seems to fall through the cracks. Back in '89, it never garnered the kind of mass outrage that, say, the tragic loss of Melanie Carpenter or the disappearance of Nicole Hoa did. Both of these two young women disappeared in British Columbia, Nicole not too far from the Jack family. Both were featured extensively in each of British Columbia's two biggest papers, and continued to receive coverage for months, even years after. By comparison, in the same papers, the Jack family got a grand total of 0 articles. They didn't feature on the cover of the two biggest papers in the region in which they lived in the year after their disappearance. I know because I didn't trust the search results initially, so I checked each front page manually. But the initial search wasn't wrong. Those articles just weren't there. In fact, they weren't mentioned at all in regional papers until the phone call in 1996. And even then, you can count the number of articles on one hand. And it's not that these papers didn't have a problem reporting on violent crimes and missing person cases on their front pages. In 1989 and 1990, they did that extensively. But only if those affected were not native. Media speculation is a double-edged sword.
Nobody expects anything like this to happen.
Too much can be bad.
The attention that it's got.
But make no mistake,
It's very surreal.
its absence is telling. It tells us that some people are worthy of shining a light on, while others belong in the shadows. It's one of the more insidious ways in which institutional racism works. Sometimes it isn't overt. Sometimes it's simply the act of depriving others of our attention and empathy. I know I'm not saying anything revolutionary here that hasn't already been well established. But given everything we know about how institutions have dealt with missing and murdered Indigenous people, and given everything we know about those who go missing along Highway 16 and the many concerns that experts have about serial killers potentially operating along it, many have found themselves coming back to the same question. Just who did the Jack family run into that night?
There's good data going back to the 90s about the preferred occupations of serial killers, or at least the recurring occupations of serial killers. And truck driver, as recently, is recognized and still is as the third most prevalent occupation among what we call semi-skilled serial killers. The only ones ahead of in that category are actually a arborist or a forestry worker. Certain jobs offer opportunity to motivated offenders. The pretext of lawful employment allows you to be that stranger using the highways, frequenting places that we call crime attractors, where a motivated offender can know they can travel to find what they're looking for. And in many cases, that's people, it's vulnerable people. There's a recognized set of ways that offenders typically get a victim into a car or control a victim. So the vast majority of commuter killers use what's actually called a ruse-con-based approach. And this is recognized actually in criminal analysis or profiling. So some type of story or lure to get them in the car, either of a ride or money or what have you.
Given the available research on serial offenders, I can't help but wonder, is it a coincidence that this strange man should happen to find himself in a local dive bar on the edge of town where not a single person would recognize him? Is it a coincidence that the bar just so happened to be a 30-second drive from a turning onto Highway 16? And given the ad hoc nature of the job offer, the ambiguous location of the camp, the complete lack of witnesses outside the Prince George area, and the fact that most forestry workers interviewed were baffled by the idea of daycare at a logging camp, what are the chances that the job was real in the first place? And if it wasn't, then what kind of person would be able to lie to multiple people over the course of several hours, never giving themselves away, not even once? You have to wonder if this kind of behaviour implies confidence or experience. Now, just because the unknown man lied, that's not to say he wasn't a forestry worker. On the contrary, the fact that he was able to tell a lie convincingly enough to Ronnie, someone with experience of forestry work, suggests otherwise. That's just one other small detail that I found buried in the archives. It's mentioned in one source from a student researcher who clearly had access to the case file back in the early 90s. The logo on the unknown man's jacket read Husqvarna, suppliers of forestry equipment. If this is true, then the unknown man was most likely not lying about working in the industry. So doesn't this mean that the job offer was most likely real? If he was lying, then why would he openly discuss his occupation in a public space? Isn't that incredibly risky? Well, maybe. But to play devil's advocate, who's to say this man was smart? Or concerned with being particularly careful? Maybe all he needed to get away with this wasn't his superior cunning, but dumb luck, and a few apathetic institutions still struggling to intellectualize their deeply problematic beliefs about Native people. There are a plethora of explanations that have been offered over the years, from a work camp accident to human trafficking. Some have even proposed that the presence of this unknown man at all may be a red herring, and his involvement that night may be an unfortunate coincidence. But then, why hasn't he come forward to clear his name? And why did Ronnie tell his mom to come looking for him? Was this a flippant joke, or was it something more sinister? It is so easy to spiral in a case like this. And in the absence of a crime scene, no explanation can ever be ruled out. And the fact is, we may never know either way. Because in the years that followed, the police never would find anything that led them to the Jack family. Investigators have received a number of calls and tips about the family being buried in or around a ranch over the years, and have even carried out a number of digs, but in the end, no trace of the family has ever been found. It's been 34 years since the Jack family were last seen. That's a long time for a family to go without answers. To quote Maria, Doreen's sister, "I've been told to forget about them, that I'll never find them, and that I need to let it go. I've been told by the RCMP that there may never be justice. That may be so, but I believe that the truth always comes out." Will we ever find out what happened to the Jack family? I have no idea, but somebody does. And whoever that person is, chances are they're still out there. If you know anything about the Jack family's disappearance, please contact the Prince George RCMP. Or if you want to remain anonymous, contact Crime Stoppers. You don't have to reveal your identity.
Josie, I was just saying your name to say hi to you very loudly. That's all. No big deal.
You can remain anonymous.
Got your trip. Hey guys, there's that, and I went a little bit more on this because this one bugged me a lot too, because it was such a strange. It was just so weird the way it happened, you know. And I started automatically thinking. Well, I started thinking about human trafficking at some point, but then the fact that, well, then again, the fact that they brought the kids in and said, you know, there's a place for the kids to, maybe that was just an inconvenient situation for them for what they were planning on doing. I don't know, but hold on here. Like I told you, there is nothing about this family put out there, you guys, and it's absolutely insulting, disgusting, and sickening to me. Brian, Bry guy, good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us. So I'm going to play this bit here of the podcast that they ran on this. Is the only thing. We're not going to run the whole thing, guys, but there's some other pieces and parts in here I wanted you to hear, because I'm so beyond saddened that this family has gotten nothing. And nothing, guys. Absolutely nothing. That's horrible to me. So we're going to hear this real quick and move on.
I wanted to start something with good, because we're obviously talking about kids today. And I just get so sad when we talk about anything bad happening to kids.
Yes, you know, this won't be the first time we've had tragedy befall a family, but we talked about the Jameson family. This is even more bizarre and even more tragic. We're talking about a family of 4 today, and we're returning to the Highway of Tears. Those of you who remember that episode, as we were going through it, there was a point where we talked about EPANA, Project EPANA, and we talked about sort of the criteria for that. And the criteria was pretty narrow. Had to be female, had to be engaged in some sort of risky behavior, disappeared in a certain area of the Highway of Tears. But we said there are other cases too. And as we were going through them, we mentioned there was one case of the disappearance of the Jack family. And that was striking, that you would have an entire family disappear. And so we looked into it a little bit with the help of Madison, our awesome researcher, and decided we wanted to do an entire show on it. And I got to tell you, if you thought the Jameson family tragedy was bizarre and unusual, this one will blow you away, because as little as we know about that case, we know worlds more that we know about what happened to the Jack family. And this is going to be another one of those episodes that's probably gonna make you a little mad, because how it is possible for an entire family to disappear under the circumstances in which they disappeared, and there be so little attention on it from the media, from the police, really from anybody, is mind-blowing.
I know, I think that's absolutely right. Listen carefully to this story, because this is not like other cases of missing people, missing families that we've covered. This family didn't vanish out of thin air. They were seen up until they vanished. That's the crazy part about this. They were seen and heard from and talked to multiple people as they were in the process of becoming disappeared, which is just mind-boggling, and yet there are no clues.
And we talked about how we kind of felt, I don't know if I felt like it was unlikely there was any kind of foul play in the Jameson family disappearance, for all the reasons. So rare to have someone target an entire family. Just, it seemed unlikely. In this case, it seems like that's exactly what happened. So let's dive into this case, because I do want to cover the whole thing, hopefully in one episode. Before we get started, I do want to give a shout out to Real Horror on YouTube, which is
I just dropped the link in Mama Bear's chat, as well as our chat for the Prosecutors Podcast, guys. Please check them out if you will. They put on some really good shows about some very important stuff, a lot of indigenous stuff, so on and so forth. And it's very important that it gets seen and heard. Please hop over there if you get a chance to do that. If you could, thank you, Cassie, for doing that as well, dear. Hit the like button, subscribe. I'm telling you, you won't be disappointed. And share it out, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
YouTube channel I discovered while researching this case. Awesome. Loved it. Gonna be watching all their stuff. Really well done. Just great. So if you're looking for YouTube channels that cover true crime, do a really good job with it, just some awesome visualizations. Like, they put a lot of effort into it. Really good. So I hope you'll check it out.
You know what? You're right, SRB. I can't do it. So, Cass, if whoever's a moderator over there, please do that if you will. I think she forgot to moderate me over there, so it's okay. It's okay though. Yeah, if you one of you mods, could you please drop it in Mama's side too, please, and thank you. I appreciate that. No mods over there. Oh my goodness gracious, Miss Sherry's not there. Oh no, Mama Bear, we're gonna have to fix that and make sure one of us are mods. Okay. Well, guys, if you can see it from my side, please take the link. Check it out. Please and thank you. We'll figure that out later, you guys. It's up on my screen as well. No worries. Gotcha. I just realized that Miss Sherry's not here. And Molly's not here. Gotcha. All right. No worries. No worries. No worries. We got it.
Out the episode on the Jack family is called The Family That Vanished. So
watching,
Ronnie and Doreen
don't
Jack were
not.
both born in 1963 on the Cheslata Reserve, which is a small village in rural British Columbia, Canada. From the start, life was a challenge for both of them. They were both First Nations members and were faced with many of the same issues that swept First Nations communities at the time. And you've all heard of those problems: alcoholism, unemployment, poverty, and efforts to, I don't know exactly how you would describe it, but to separate people in First Nations from their culture and sort of assimilate them into Canadian culture. This is something that happened a lot going into the 70s in Canada, and this was something they were experiencing as well, and it was something that led to a lot of generational trauma, which you're going to see as we talk about this. Ronnie Jack had always been characterized as a complicated individual. He grew up as one of 6 boys. He loved the outdoors, hunting.
Very much so, Raquel. A lot of indigenous families and just people in general have gone. These people are First Nation. There's a lot of First Nation people that have disappeared that have never been looked into. It's so disgusting to me. I can't believe it. As if they just don't exist, you know? And that's, to me, everybody, that's a huge problem. These are human beings. The people, beautiful people. Makes no sense. So we're going to make noise about as many of them as we can to make sure that they get seen and heard, and they're given a voice. That's all I can say.
And valued hard work. He also loved music and dancing. And he was outwardly a friendly guy, but he struggled to control his emotions at times, and he was prone to anger and violence. Now, he was extremely close with his mom and maintained this bond throughout his whole life. Doreen Jack's life was tragic from the very beginning. She was one of 3 girls who were raised by a single father after their mother abandoned the family. Her father was an abusive alcoholic who subjected his daughters to physical, mental, and sexual abuse. He reportedly would drunkenly shoot at the girls and force them to sleep outside in the cold. He would also allow his friends to sexually abuse the girls. So, a horrific way to grow up, and unfortunately, as we said, not unusual at this time for a lot of people. A lot of trauma that followed these folks for their whole lives. The sisters were ultimately removed from the home, and you would think, oh, that's good. They were removed from the home, but they were enrolled in the Lejac Residential School, and life there was no better. The girls continued to face physical and verbal abuse from the nuns running the school. The school closed in 1976, and the girls were shuffled around for a while. Doreen ended up in a Catholic high school where she met Ronnie, but sadly, trauma seemed to follow her. It was here that Doreen was raped by a fellow classmate and became pregnant with her first child at only 17 years old. Russell Jack was born on February 25th, 1980.
Oh, it's already filled with so much sadness, and we haven't even gotten to our story. And what really strikes me, especially with Doreen's story, is just that they're so young, right? If you're following this, they're born in, 1963, and they're going to disappear by 1989. At 26 years old. But before 26, before really even 18 years old, Doreen has lived a lifetime of abuse at the hands of men. Her own father, her mother left her, which is tragic, in and of itself. But then to be molested and abused in every way that you can be abused by the one remaining parent you have, and then to be kind of ripped from your family, even if it was a horrific family life situation, only to be dealt even more abuse at the hands of strangers and those who are supposed to care for you once you've been removed from an abusive household. You may think you know where the story is going, but it's not quite like that, because Doreen and Ronnie wanted to make something different for their life. They didn't want to perpetuate, what they had endured. So a couple years later, in 1982, Doreen was a young teen mother, but she and Ronnie reconnected and they started a relationship. Doreen and Russell, her son, moved in with Ronnie at his mother's house. And by all accounts, the couple were happy in their relationship and thrilled when they welcomed a son of their own, Ryan, who was born on July 26th, 1985. So this young couple is a blended family with Russell, who's 5 at the time that their son Ryan is born. So 2 boys, 2 young people living with Ronnie's mom. But unfortunately, this happiness was short-lived and the couple's relationship began to crumble. You can imagine a lot of baggage coming in. They're young. They're not financially independent. They're having to depend on Ronnie's mom for really their entire livelihood so far. And not to mention throwing in 2 young kids into the mix often adds a lot of stress as well. And unfortunately, Ronnie, too, became physically abusive with Doreen. And to cope, Doreen began to drink heavily. At the same time, the couple started facing really significant financial troubles when Ronnie, the provider for the family, injured his back and he was no longer able to continue his work at the sawmill, which is a very physical job. In the late 80s, the family decided to move to Prince George. And though this was a rough area, it was known to be a hot spot for jobs.
On top of this, you guys, this family had everything stacked against them, sadly. Everything that could go wrong absolutely did. It's just very sad to me. So anybody could have been watching or known them. I wondered if it was somebody that knew them and played on the downfalls they were facing and used that to attract him. It's a sad situation, but I can see somebody doing that. I can.
Jobs in the timber industry, and Ronnie really needed to work to support his family. But unfortunately, even after the move, Ronnie struggled to find steady work, and the Jack family ended up on welfare assistance with worse financial struggles than ever. And Ronnie's mother, Mabel, reported that Ronnie had told her he owed someone money, but the amount and to whom are not clear. So that's all we really know. We're not sure even how that factors into what's about to happen. But, kind of hindsight, you try to latch onto anything that may provide you answers for what's about to happen.
I think it's important to know this family's in desperate straits. And when people are desperate, they occasionally will believe things that they shouldn't believe, and they'll ignore the red flags that are flapping in the breeze. And you're going to see those as we get into what happened to this family. And this takes us to August 1st, 1989. So Ronnie Jack, he goes out to grab a beer at the First Leader Pub in Prince George, British Columbia. And this was known as a seedy place, but it was only 4 blocks away from Ronnie's home. And it was the only place for him to grab a drink. Now, while he's there, he starts talking with a man. And this man turns out to be a bit of a godsend for Ronnie. He offers him an incredible job opportunity that would significantly change the Jack family's circumstances. According to this man, there was a logging ranch in the lake area where Ronnie could have a job bucking logs, which is basically when you cut down a tree and you break it up into the various parts that you're going to sell it as. And Doreen could also work as a cook's helper in the camp kitchen. Now, Ronnie said, that's great, but, we have 2 kids. I'm not sure what we would do with them. Well, the man had an answer for that as well. The ranch even had daycare for the couple's 2 children. Now, this was unbelievable. An awesome job offer that seemed to take care of all of their problems. Jobs for both of them, daycare for the kids. And Ronnie was in a position where this was sort of an offer he could not say no to. This was an offer that he felt like he basically had to take, and he was happy to do it. The only problem was the ranch was about 40 kilometers, which for those of us in God's country is about 25 miles away from their home in Prince George, and the family didn't have a car. But once again, this angel from on high says, no problem, we'll take my truck. You can load up your stuff in my truck, and I will drive you to this logging camp where all of your dreams will come true, essentially.
So around 11 p.m. that night, Ronnie and this unknown man who is giving him the opportunity of a lifetime, who could probably, pull them out of these dire financial straits and maybe finally turn their life around, they were reportedly seen leaving the pub together. And this man would later be described by witnesses as a Caucasian male between 35 and 40 years old and between 6 feet and 6'6". So pretty tall, and somewhere around 200 to 275 pounds, with reddish brown hair and a mustache. And his hair was down to his ears and was parted on one side. He was reported to be wearing a baseball.
The thing that got me with this is, why could they not have waited till that morning? Maybe took some time to put some things together in their life. The way this comes off is that this man told them, like, we can do this, but you got to go now. We're going to go tonight. Kids and all, and just leave your home. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Why? I would think that people would want to get things together and maybe at least wait till the next morning or so. It was kind of weird. But I'm guessing that the man probably said, well, we got to do this tonight, otherwise, or he was so excited to get the offer that it just didn't matter. They were, let's go now. You know what I mean? That's the only thing I can think of, but it's still strange the way that that's presented to me.
Cap, a red checkered work shirt, faded blue jeans, a blue jacket, and work boots. One thing I want to note, how wide-ranging the metrics of the man is. And this just shows you, we always talk about direct versus circumstantial evidence. This is from direct, witnesses of people who saw this person. And the best they could do was give you basically like 6 to 6.5 feet, 200 to 275 pounds, which is a pretty big range. Generally, I think the only thing you can really draw from that is he's a big guy.
Yeah. And let me say this. It's interesting because obviously the Jack family are First Nations. This is an area, as we talked about when we talked about the Highway of Tears, with a lot of indigenous people. This guy would have stood out because he's a big dude. As you said, can't say exactly how tall he is, but he's tall and he's big and he's got, red hair and the red beard or whatever. And you would think he would stick out a little bit. You wouldn't think you'd see as many people who look like this guy hanging out in this pub.
And in particular, we know again that Ronnie is First Nation, and you can see a picture of him. He has dark, black hair, brown eyes, much smaller than 6.5 feet tall. And so if you were to see them in a pub, I can see that standing out as well because they look so different from each other, even just by height. Like, I am far from 6.5 feet tall. When I talk to someone who's much taller than me, like, it's a little weird because like someone needs to bend down or I need to, I don't know, stand on my tippy toes. I say that because it's almost a saving grace that he stood out so much. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have this description of him. I think the only reason people were able to come forward with this description of him is because he stood out in this kind of rough area of Prince George by being such a big white guy.
And let me also say this. I think it's pretty evident that whoever this guy was, he actually probably did know something about the logging industry. He's able to converse intelligently about it in a way that, I wouldn't necessarily be able to do. Doesn't necessarily mean he worked in it, but he knew enough about it that he could have this conversation with Ronnie. And Ronnie thinks this all makes sense. This all sounds legit. This sounds like something that this guy, he's not just blowing smoke.
And that's a great point because while we know Ronnie worked at a sawmill and, he has knowledge of this, generally this guy, if he ends up having done something bad, he is in an area that is known for being a hotspot for timber jobs specifically. So in other words, you're likely going to find people in this area who are very well versed in the timber industry. And if you yourself are not well versed in it, I think people would be able to sniff it out pretty quickly. So he doesn't know Ronnie's level of sophistication in the timber world, but we know that they didn't meet up. They didn't plan to meet there. They randomly met and struck up a conversation. And the odds of this guy speaking to someone at a pub in the middle of a hotspot for timber industry is just likely going to be speaking with someone who really knows the timber industry. All this means is this guy probably knew something, or at least knew enough to be able to pass in an area where you'd expect everyone to be.
Now, another thing I was curious about too with this situation is, did this guy possibly ever stop in this place? If Ronnie went to this place more than once, maybe regularly here and there, maybe if he ran into this guy in there before, there was a little bit minimal conversation that was had before that, possibly in the past, so on and so forth, and it came back to the fact enough to where the guy knows Ronnie's situation, maybe, and that would make some sense. A little more sense than this does. I can't imagine going into a bar, running into somebody I've never met in my life, randomly having a conversation, which alcohol does do that too sometimes, but to the extent of this, I don't know. Anyway, having this drawn out conversation about my family and my dire straits, and then this guy comes out of nowhere with, well, guess what? I can save you tonight. I got a job for you and your wife. Your kids are welcome there. We can get this handled. Let's go pack up your stuff and we're going to go tonight. I would have stepped back and went, whoa, slow down, boss. I appreciate you trying to help me, but this is a lot in an hour, So I'm thinking maybe there was a buildup to this, almost like a grooming time per se, possibly. Ronnie ran into him a couple other times. Or did somebody else that knew of Ronnie's situation that he interacted with there, or knew within the town, or something like that, may have sent the big dude in there after him and said, hey, it's this guy. This is what he looks like. This is the situation, blah, 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 blah. Yes, those things make sense to me. Bingo, SRB. Maybe somebody else had gotten to know him prior and sent this guy in. Yeah, bingo. Absolutely. My other thought. Yes, makes sense. Yes, we are quite often, and it's very crazy.
Be able to sniff out someone who doesn't really know the industry. At 11:16 p.m., Ronnie calls one of his brothers. Remember, he's one of 6 brothers. He's close to his family, to tell him about this amazing job offer. And one source reported that he asked his brother if the kids could actually stay with him while he and Doreen went to the ranch, but for reasons that are not known right now, that wasn't possible. If only they were able to leave their kids behind. But you'll see that, supposedly people saw Ronnie leave with this guy. So it seems like they're probably together right now. And he's actually calling someone to tell him about this great job with the man who just gave him the job offer. And even though he knows there's daycare, he's trying to leave his kids behind. You can imagine why. You're probably going to be working long hours, probably a long drive. A lot of people go off, make some money, come back to their kids. And at some point later that night, Doreen's sister, Laureen, actually stopped by the Jack's house to ask if Doreen could watch her kids that week. But when Laureen arrived, she saw Ronnie and Doreen packing a
The guy looks like a damn bum, like a street bum. Maybe it's just because it's sketched. I don't know.
pickup truck with some of their belongings. She knew that wasn't their truck because they didn't have a car. And instead of saying anything, Laureen decided it was just best not to bother them about her child care request because they were clearly packing up to go somewhere. Again, in the span of like an hour of getting this great job offer, members of both sides of the family, both Doreen's side of the family and Ronnie's family, is getting clued in that something's happening. This isn't a situation where they leave in the dark of night and no one knows what's happening.
Alice, I am so glad that First Leaf is a part of this podcast because I'm not sure that I would be able to find wine without them. This probably comes as a surprise to none of you, but I'm not exactly a wine expert. And being in the grocery stores during the holidays is like being stuck in a maze. And don't get me started on the wine aisle. Between the people crowding, the giant selection, and the fact that I don't know anything that I'm doing, I always end up grabbing the same bottle and running to the checkout. But with First Leaf,
make it super easy to get personalized wine boxes, hand-curated bottles for just... Have you ever been on the hunt for a new doctor and you ask literally...
come looking for me?
You know what's really interesting is... No.
All right, guys, hold on.
Bots. And the average wait time to see a doctor booked on ZocDoc is between...
I'm trying to skip the commercials. That's all. My apologies.
Because he's the one who actually gives that description that we gave you earlier. At about 1:15, Ronnie calls his parents to tell them about the job. Now, this is 1:15 a.m., by the way. He explains to them that the whole family's going to go, and they would be gone for around 10 to 14 days. But they would definitely be home in time for Russell to start school in the fall. So basically, this is kind of a, we're going to do an August job, make some money, come back so the kids can start school. Now, Ronnie's final words to his mother are haunting and have hung over this case since he said them and clue you in that maybe he knew this job, it might be too good to be true. He said, "Mom, if I don't come back, come looking for me." Combine that with the fact that he was trying to find a place for the kids, and it makes you wonder if he really did have some doubts. He really kind of wanted to leave the kids behind just in case. Sure, he probably told himself, "I'm overthinking this, but Mom, if I don't come back, come looking for me."
You know what's really interesting is, no, this is all happening pretty late at night. This is happening between the hours of like 11:15 and 1:30 in the morning. A lot of their family seems to be up and about. But one thing that strikes me in all of these conversations and all these interactions is maybe they had the conversation, but it's not reported, is no one said, "Why can't you leave in the morning?" Right? Like this job offer came at like 11 p.m. Likely any sort of mill, any sort of ranch is going to be closed that late at night. And if anything, they would start work at dawn when there's light because you're going to be working out in the field. You're not working in a factory where there are lights and you're working all night, right? You're likely going to start maybe right at the break of dawn. So it's August, maybe they start at 5 a.m. So why not spend a good night at home, sleep, and then go out? And, if only they had done that. But clearly there is an urgency to all this. And it may be as simple as the man said, "I can only take you now." And they don't have a car and they're not in a position to bargain.
Yeah. And this is, there are red flags. And we're going to talk about some more of those. But this is It's a job that's too good to be true and one that you have to take at 1 o'clock in the morning. At 1:21 a.m., the Jack family is seen by that cousin leaving their home and getting into a dark-colored pickup truck. They are never seen again.
On August 25th, 1989, Mabel Jack, Ronnie's mom, reports the whole Jack family missing to the RCMP. And note, this is 23 days, more than 3 weeks after they were last heard from. Now, within a couple of days, the RCMP discovered several alarming details related to this disappearance. They searched the Jack family home, and they found that they didn't take more than a couple's week worth of clothing, but it's been more than 3 weeks since they've been gone. They also spoke to logging camps in the general area and confirmed that none of them were hiring at the time. And maybe most eerily of all, the RCMP discovered that no logging camps in Canada permitted children on site for various health and safety reasons. There were absolutely no camps in Canada with daycares. And you've got to believe that Ronnie knew this because Ronnie worked in the industry. You know, you may not know about the regulations in Canada generally, but if you had known of a daycare, especially if you have children of your own, you probably would have heard of it. It probably would have been a primo spot, right? Got to get into X, Y, and Z camp because they actually have childcare, and I don't have to worry about that since I have young kids at home. And so again, this may have been one of those, he just knew in his gut because he's been working at these camps before and never seen daycares, never seen other kids hanging around. But here this guy is saying, no, bring your kids along. Don't you worry about it. And all of you listening may think, wow, a lot of red flags. There were red flags the night of. Okay, maybe it was still a great situation. Maybe they went to go work, but it was supposed to be for 10 to 14 days. Now, 23 days later, we haven't heard from them. This is all very suspect. Even more suspect, the RCMP finds a lot of strange evidence. But even with this evidence, the RCMP didn't immediately suspect foul play, despite all of the information we just told you. At some point, they even put out a statement that said, quote, it was possible he found further employment and hasn't bothered to phone home. Where does that even come from? What they know is this guy is close to his family, so close, in fact, that the night he gets the offer and has to leave, he calls his mom and his brother around midnight, later than midnight, in order to tell them what's going on. And yet he doesn't phone home. And that's certainly not what Mabel thinks. Otherwise, Mabel wouldn't have reported them missing. I mean, this is where the fury starts to burn because any outsider, any one of us looking at this can clearly see something is not right for the Jack family. And it's not just one person. It's not just Ronnie who's off and not phoning home, even though he found further work. Doreen didn't phone anybody. She's close to her family. She, had spoken to and just seen her sister. We don't have the kids. Russell was supposed to start school. He's 9 years old. He hasn't started school. And this is just shocking. The amount of just not caring, it seems. No news media, no kind of let's get a search party together. Just probably didn't call. And they did not assign this case as, quote, foul play suspected. So when it's not categorized as foul play, it's really not taken seriously.
And we've seen this again and again in so many of these cases where police, investigators, whoever, just ignore obvious signs that there's a problem. And I don't know why they do it. I don't know if it's they're overworked and they're busy, or it's tunnel vision, or it's just willful blindness. They don't want to think it's foul play because then they're going to have to put the extra work into it. I don't know if it was just they couldn't imagine that an entire family would be abducted. I mean, however you want to describe this. But we see it again and again, and it often leads to the cases that we talk about. Because as we've said, when the police don't take it seriously in the beginning, oftentimes by the time they do, critical time is lost, critical evidence is lost, and they're never going to solve the case. In this case, unfortunately, it's just like a cavalcade of failures. It's going to continue. This is just the first example of everything that's going wrong. And look, as Alice said, I think it probably is true that Ronnie in the back of his mind knew that this whole idea of bringing your kids to logging camp didn't sound right. And I think it's just important to remember what desperation can do to people and how desperate these folks were. And they had in their mind two warring parties. One of them was saying, this is too good to be true. The other one was saying, yeah, that's why I can't turn it down. I have to take it. And we talk about this sometimes in terms of that whole gift of fear thing we've talked about before, where listening to the little voice in your head happens in all sorts of circumstances. These people were in a particularly bad place because this wasn't just that guy seems sketchy, I don't want to be alone with him. It was, I need to feed my family, and this person is offering me a lifeline. How can I possibly turn them down? And then the case ends up the way it does. So with RCMP, they are slow to act. By August 29th, though, there is an alert issued in the Naomi Daily Free Press that read, Ron and Doreen Jack, Burns Lake, BC, call Mabel Jack. And you can imagine this is almost like a classified ad for if you have any information about this, call Mabel. And I bet this was probably something that she put out on her own, and it was probably all she could afford. Unfortunately, the paper that ran the alert was 10 hours away from where the Jack family went missing, so it wasn't a very effective measure, and it was highly unlikely to reach anyone who actually would have information about them. On August 30th, 1989, a better thing happens, or it seems like, but it's going to turn really bad. The Prince George Citizen runs a story about the missing family, but they actually end up getting a lot of the details wrong in such a way that would be misleading to anyone who was trying to find the Jack family. But it gets even worse. The same paper would mistakenly report a week later that the Jack family had actually been located. This, of course, was not true, and it's unclear how this happened, but it's basically been chalked up to a miscommunication. This was actually the extent of the media coverage surrounding the Jack family disappearance in the immediate aftermath of that disappearance, and this misinformation that they had been found will end up having extremely negative consequences.
I mean, how do you have a miscommunication like that? It's not like if you get no communication about something, you're automatically like, well, if I didn't hear from these missing people, must have been found. I mean, it sounds so pernicious, as if certainly there must have been some sort of moving actor to cause the misinformation. Because you and I have dealt with files all the time that sit on our desk for weeks, months, years even, where we get no additional leads. We don't know what's going to happen. We're not even the media. We're investigators, or we're working with the investigators in order to prosecute cases where when there's no new information, unless there's new evidence found or someone calls in with a tip, that folder sits there. But I wouldn't pick up a file where nothing had happened in the case and decide kind of the opposite had been resolved without some movement, someone coming to me to say, it had been resolved. And you can't chalk it up to them hearing it in the news reported by somebody else, because they're the only ones reporting on this. I don't know how other media outlets didn't catch on to this, period. If this family had been located and they'd been missing for a month, I would think that's a great human interest story, right? We see this all the time. Child lost in the woods for 7 days, survives with dog, found unharmed. Man, they appear on like daytime talk shows, and we want to hear, how did you survive with your dog for 7 days? You know, when did you hear the rescuers? And, you know, feel good, great story. Nothing on either side, not reporting the disappearance of an entire family with young children, nor reporting on the miraculous, finding of a family after they've been missing for a month. All of this just smells of such uncaring, right? And we've said this before, it might be because of the fact that they're First Nation people. Maybe it's just that there was too much news at this time. But I would say that on its face, it would be an interesting story either way.
There really is zero excuse for this to not get any coverage. There really isn't. It's just that it's unimportant to everyday people. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it for what it is, and it's sad, disgusting, and ignorant. It's absolutely all of those, and then some.
Whether they disappeared or were found. Yet, we see no reporting and also nothing by the RCMP to find out what happened. So, the fall of 1989, family members really weren't getting any updates, so they called the RCMP to get an update on the case, and to their shock,
This is more along the lines of the stuff I wanted you to know about what RCMP wasn't doing, what law enforcement hasn't done, so on and so forth, because you heard everything else with the other we watched, but this stuff leans more into that, and I wanted you guys to see and hear this too, because it really disgusts me. And thank you so much, SRB. And again, thank you to anybody that chooses to support our channel via Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. Guys, we don't ever expect for anybody to do that, but guys, this is so very much appreciated when it's done, because it does help us to keep going. It pays our bills. All the stuff that we use to run this stuff, it is so very helpful, and I appreciate it so very much to anybody that does it. God bless, and thank you again.
They discovered that the RCMP had actually closed the case because they were under the impression the family had been found. I suppose the impression was through the media. Again,
did you hear that? They closed the case. Listen to that one more time, you guys. Blows my mind.
Interesting story either way, whether they disappeared or were found. Yet we see no reporting and also nothing by the RCMP.
Take care, FARQ, and God bless. Thank you so much for joining us today. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day.
To find out what happened. So, the fall of 1989, family members really weren't getting any updates, so they called the RCMP to get an update on the case, and to their shock, they discovered that the RCMP had actually closed the case because they were under the impression the family had been found.
They closed the case because they were under the impression the family had been found, which tells me they were not investigating at all. That's ignorant and bullshit. I'm sorry, but it is. And that's it, what Cap just said. Not a senator's son, not a judge's son, not a law enforcement officer's son. Sad, folks. It's beyond sad.
I suppose the impression was through the media.
That's how do you not know? You're the local law enforcement. How do you not know that this case is not closed? How do you not know that the family's still not found? That's embarrassing and disgusting to me. I'm sorry.
Again, investigators, the ones we work with, don't rely on the media for their updates in cases. If we saw an update on a case, which does happen, we then go follow up. We go interview the family. We, at the very least, call the person who called in the people missing. Mabel, is it true? They've been found. What great news. Wonderful. I'm glad this is a happy ending. Then we close the case. We don't troll the 10 o'clock news every night to check off cases based on what the media has reported.
And this is, unfortunately, it's one of those cases that it's only been covered in a few places. I feel like there's a lot of missing information. The police obviously didn't do a great job with it. Neither did the media. So it's really kind of hard to figure out exactly what was happening around this time. But it seems like one of two things happened. Either whoever it was who told the newspaper that the Jack family had been found also told the RCMP that, or the RCMP saw it in the paper and was like, oh, great, they've been found, and closed the case. I feel like the second one is not likely. I would like to think that the RCMP didn't close the case based on an article in a newspaper, which seems to mean that they communicated with somebody. They communicated with somebody who said, update, want to let you guys know the Jack family's been found. That makes you wonder, who was that person? Could that be the person who's responsible for their disappearance? Could that person have seen this newspaper article and kind of got spooked? And so calls the newspaper office, says, oh no, they found him. Calls the RCMP, says the same thing. I mean, that would be the kind of information I would think, if you're the police, you'd want to follow up on. Exactly how did that misinformation come into the public record? Because that could be something that's absolutely critical to figuring out what actually happened to them. It doesn't seem like any of that investigation was actually done.
I mean, at the very least, you take down the name of the person who reports they're found. You can imagine someone pretending and not being the Jack family, but calling and say, I'm calling about my brother. He was one of 6 boys. You know, my brother's been found. It was a misunderstanding. We're good. At the very least, there would be a police report with that person's name, where they're calling from. And if you weren't going to follow up with the actual Jack family, the very least is at least to know who called that in, which I think that's right, Brett. You know, that's what I was trying to get at with the news article. It seems like there was a mover who was spouting off false information, and that person's chagrin, everyone just bought it. You know, lock, stock, and barrel without even questioning it. So the RCMP had to reopen the case at this point because despite their, quote, under the impression the family had been found, they were now hearing from the family that no, the Jack family had not been found. So up to this point, there wasn't even a case open. And when it was open, remember, there wasn't even a classification that foul play was suspected. Now, maybe something's going to be done, but yet months go by before something happens in the case. Finally, on December 19th, 1989, a composite drawing of the man the family was seen leaving with is released. And like most composite drawings, there's going to be like multiple versions because it's going to be someone drawing it as people are describing it to them. And it's hard to recreate what's in someone else's mind. You can look at these composite drawings and it generally looks like a white guy, right? Who's like youngish, not too old, not too young. And that's basically what I get from it. Again, it's in stark comparison to Ronnie and the rest of the family who don't look white. They look like they have darker skin and darker hair and darker features in general. I would say at the very least, this composite just looks like kind of the polar opposite of how you would describe the Jack family.
Yeah. I mean, I look at this guy and I'm not sure exactly what I think. Like the eyes, I mean, it's funny because it's a sketch. So, it could just be the way the artist did it. The eyes are really freaky. Like he has some freaky eyes. and the thing is, both sketches, which I assume these sketches both come from the same eyewitness. I mean, maybe they found some people in the pub, but it's interesting, he has very full hair in kind of well-kept hair in one of the composite sketches. And we'll obviously put this on the website. If you're watching on YouTube, you're seeing it now. And then the other one, though, his hair is not as full. It's more stringy. He looks a little rougher to me. He looks older to me in the second one. I don't know. They clearly, they're much closer than, say, the Delphi sketches, right? The Delphi sketches
They could be the same person, but just described from different angles with people. But I agree with you, especially in the first sketch, the kind of shorter hair sketch. The eyes are much darker. It looks like there's like deep shadows under his eyes, but that might be because they're in a pub where lighting is not. We don't know exactly who the witness or witnesses were who contributed to the sketch, but the places that he was seen were going to be outside, close to midnight, next to a pickup truck. Probably not stadium lights on. In a pub, again, where usually the lights are not on. It's going to be mood lighting in a pub. So in general, I think you have to take these sketches with a grain of salt because I don't think there was good lighting to be able to capture exactly what the hair looked like, except that I think it's fair to say this person had a lot of hair on his head and in his beard and mustache.
I mean, look, I think this guy probably looked like somebody who worked in the lumber industry. If you just imagine sort of a lumberjack, your stereotypical view of a lumberjack. Somebody in the chat said they were kidnapped by Paul Bunyan. And that is kind of how he's described. It's like he's Paul Bunyan. And he kind of looks like Paul Bunyan, And he's got his like Carhartt jacket on or whatever. And it's talking shop. And I mean, he looks like he could have been out in the wilderness. So he definitely pulls it off. But I don't know. I can see how this sketch maybe wasn't that helpful in generating leads.
And also, it's like 4 months later, right? And so they likely sketched this in December, meaning the people who are giving the information about the sketch are trying to remember someone they saw one night 4 months ago. But we talked about having the two sketches. So there's one sketch that comes out in December of 1989. Then February of 1990, so a couple months later, missing posters are created. I don't know why it took 2 months to create missing posters when it seems clear that the Jack family is missing and there's at least someone they think is connected to their disappearance. But nevertheless, 2 months later, they get missing posters made and a $2,000 reward is offered for information relating to the whereabouts of the Jack family. June 6, 1990. So 6 months after the first sketch, a second sketch of the unknown man was released. And that's the kind of lighter sketch that you see if you're watching YouTube. And over the years, Mabel, Ronnie's mom, has just worked tirelessly to try and keep the Jack family's story in the media. But what little coverage it did receive seemed to dwindle throughout the mid-90s. So she, like any mother who's is just missing her son, wants someone to pay attention, but somehow this story catches no media's attention. Pre-podcast days, I'd like to say.
I would like to think if something like this happened today, it would be blasted far and wide. I'd like to think that if there's one benefit from our 24-hour news cycle and Twitter and all the podcasts and court TV and everybody else, that this could not happen today. Unfortunately, that's probably not true. It probably could happen. It's like we've talked about before. There are always certain groups of people that, for whatever reason, the media and everybody else just doesn't focus on. In this family, I think there were a couple things going against them. Number one, you didn't have that kind of media saturation. Number two, this is happening in a relatively rural area. Number three, it's happening in an area that has a ton of disappearances. So you could imagine it kind of fell through the cracks a little bit. And then obviously, they are an indigenous family, and I just feel like there just wasn't as much. It just seems like the RCMP, you want to know what they probably thought. They probably thought, look, these people, those people, they're always moving around. It's not like they put down roots. Okay, whatever. They moved to the next logging camp down the road. They'll be back. Why are you bothering us? Let us deal with the real problems, right? That is what they were thinking when they got this call.
That is what they're thinking. And just to show how flawed it is, they know this family doesn't have a car. And these camps, we're not talking about this is some small, cute town where you can walk from store to store. Timber, you need land, a lot of land. There's a lot of land in between these camps. You need to somehow be able to get from camp to camp if, in fact, the RCMP's theory is correct that Ronnie found a new job and forgot to phone home. Well, you would think someone would remember hitchhiking, helping pick up hitchhikers of a family of 4. And someone else has to be involved in order to move them because they can't move themselves since they have no car.
So the problem is you've already put more thought into this than they did. Like, they didn't even think about it for that long. I mean, it is certainly possible. It's just sort of a range of things when you're trying to figure out why people did the things they did. People always accuse us of speculating about things, and we do, because we're trying to figure out this stuff. I actually would like to know what was going on. And I think one possibility, and it's a real possibility, is just the people who took the reports did not care. That they just were like, honestly, not even worth my time for these people. I don't care about those people. Forget it. The other possibility is it wasn't quite that bad, but it was sort of what I was describing, just sort of like an innate discrimination against these people and an assumption that these kind of people, of course, they're going to disappear. If I, wasted my time with every time somebody from one of these reservations or reserves disappeared, I'd be wasting all my time, right? And then just maybe you had a situation where you didn't have that many officers in the area and they were a little overwhelmed, and maybe you can give them a little bit more grace. Unfortunately, I think it's probably more likely one of the first two things. I think no one, and we talk about this sometimes, it takes work to actually follow up on these things. It takes going out and looking for people. It takes paperwork. It takes organizing searches. And sometimes I just think people, they're in these situations, they don't care enough to even do that basic minimum level of work that they should have done. Just the minimum level, the bare minimum. The Prosecutors is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Hey guys, whether you love true crime or comedy.
And I just love these Huggies because they keep everything. You know how you make a missing poster? I can't see something that I can make a difference in my cases, in my work.
And it does seem to sound to me, you guys, like they didn't do any work on this. And if that's the case, that's really sad. Is it because it's indigenous? Is it because they're not like them? I mean, I hate to say things like that, but I'm telling you, come on. What else makes any sense? They did no work on this as far as I'm concerned. They did nothing. I don't think they went and looked for him. I don't think they put any information out through any other resources to look for him, to bring their information out there. Obviously, there was nothing on the news. I found nothing, you guys, and I mean nothing. Not one news broadcast, and I showed you guys there was one little 2x2 article put in the back page of a newspaper that nobody reads. Please explain to me how that does any good on a case, but I'll be damned. And again, God knows that I adore and love Summer Wells, okay? I was obsessed with her case. I want that child found like you wouldn't believe. But we saw the coverage that Summer Wells got. Blonde hair, blue-eyed, beautiful little girl. Got every bit of it. Anything and then some. Every bit of coverage that could be exposed, put out there to expose her. Nothing. Nothing. It makes me sick, okay? And no one, that's it right there. Nobody is dispensable. Nobody is expendable. Nobody. We are all the same human beings, the same brothers and sisters under the same damn God. Why is one person better than the other? You tell me that. Why is one person treated better than the other? There's no answers to that, guys. None. Other than ignorance and disgust. That's all it is.
Work and go to bed that night without having done it. And it's just how I'm wired. And so to think that someone can like go to sleep and wake up 2 months in a row and be like, you know what, I should really make that missing poster, and go to sleep like 60 days in a row, and then.
And you know, I went looking for a missing poster on them, right? There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. If I had the ability to do it, I'd make one my damn self, but I don't know what to do, how to do it right, who to put it through, what to do. So one of these days it'll be figured out, I hope. Maybe somebody can do it, but this is ignorant to me, and it makes me absolutely want to throw up, because these people could have been found, in my opinion, years ago, if anybody would have done something to do it, to look for them, to put their names out there, to call the local news and say, hey, we have a whole family that went missing. Could you maybe say something at 6 o'clock or 11 and 6 a.m. maybe? Just a 10-second spot. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. These people weren't even worth 10 seconds to these people. It makes me sick, you guys. I'm so angry about this. So excuse the way I'm acting or talking. I'm sorry.
And finally on the 61st day, be like, you know what, I'm finally gonna make that poster, is not something that even begins to comport with how I'm wired.
Yeah, and you know, we always try and give police the benefit of the doubt because we work with them, and we know sort of the things that can happen. We know the things that go on behind the scenes. We know some of the stuff that other people either don't know or ignore, but that doesn't mean that police are above criticism. Of course they're not. And they do bad things, and they do things that are wrong. And this is a case where the way it was handled from the very beginning is just disgraceful. And the fact, and once again, the fact.
You can. You could. I've seen families have to draw them with magic marker or with a Sharpie, okay, and glue a picture to it, which is disgusting. And they didn't even do that with this. Okay, it's absolutely heartbreaking to see that. Well, first off, guys, the RCMP is a joke as far as I'm concerned. I think a lot of us already know that. But this is just uncalled for. Not any bit of this is okay to.
Fact that the RCMP, with everything they knew, decided to drop the investigation because they had been found without any follow-up on why they thought that. It's just further evidence that this was it was a case that just didn't matter to anybody. And I think eventually the RCMP, they started working this case. They did do the sketches. They did try but by that point, it'd been months. Months had passed.
I mean, to give you kind of, again, well, we thought we'd cover this in one episode, Brett. Haha, we're so silly. But you know what? The fact that the Jack family got so media coverage for so long, the least we can do is do 2 episodes, you know? And so I'm fine with how much we're talking about this because none of this was talked about at the time or in the years following their disappearance. And maybe there's still hope. There are still people who are alive who might know something. But just to give you an idea that we're not making up things that the police should have done and didn't. I dealt with a lot of kidnapping cases. I would get called in the middle of the night, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., when there was a child being kidnapped and they were actively tracking them, trying to figure out where they were. Thankfully, in most of these situations, the child was ultimately found. I was involved before the child was found in most of these situations because they needed warrants, pings, cell phones, whatever, right? So I'm involved. I'm not out there looking for the child, but I'm actively involved in the investigation as it's one of those emergent situations where you get an Amber Alert on your phone. It's blaring. People are looking for the white pickup truck with, a Connecticut license plate. In those situations, when we find the child and usually the adult that they are with, there is a flurry of activity to ensure that the case is wrapped up. It's not like we find the child and we're like, go home, everybody. It's 4 a.m. Go to sleep. Way to go. Another night job's well done. No. We are then interviewing like every single witness along the way. Wonderful that they're now found, but we interview everyone, including the victim, their parents, the gas station clerk who saw them. We go get the security cameras from every location that we knew they were. We, dot all our I's, cross all our T's, and make sure we have all that evidence that we were flying off the shelves getting in order to find the child. That continues, and the case continues, and that case file continues for days after to wrap it up. There is no situation where a child who we thought was found wasn't actually found, because investigators would have laid eyes on them. They would have been interviewed. They would have been given like victim services. And so we're not just making this up that there's more the police should have done. There is so much more that they should have done if they actually thought the Jack family had been found, because there were kids involved. You would think at the very least, victim advocates for these children would have interviewed them and questioned if the children were in harm's way by their own parents. Except please come back because, the theories, a lot of you are probably already thinking about theories for the Jack family case, and your theory is probably going to be as good as ours because this is a mind-boggling case. And at bottom, I just want some justice to be done for them. And maybe if we get enough people to listen and someone who's in the area who knows something, someone says something, there can be justice, even if it looks not like the ultimate justice we'd like.
Very well said, Alice. All right, guys. Well,
and that'll do it for that, guys. I know it was a little longer than I wanted today, but I wanted to really get both of those out. So I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Especially the Jack. There was no coverage on either one of them. There was less on the Jack family case than there was on the Dardine family. There was a little bit of news coverage on the Dardine family, which was horrible. Still no answers to that. But the Jack family had nothing. Welcome, Angel D. The Jack family had nothing, you guys. Like I said, a 2x2 article in a newspaper nobody reads on the back page is a joke to me. Sorry. So both of them, yes, very interesting, very sad. But I wanted to make sure you guys heard them. So share, guys, if you can. Share it out somehow. Share the link to it, whatever. That way it gets seen. I just want it seen. That's all I care about. I thank you guys for bearing with us and going a little longer than normally for this show. Like I said, I really wanted it out there. So thank you again for understanding. All of you guys that are here. I'm just I don't understand it, you guys. I just don't understand it. I absolutely do not understand it. How do you completely ignore and blow off the fact that there's a family, an entire family that just walks out, gets into a truck one night, drives off, the whole family, and never comes back again, and nobody goes and looks for him? Nobody. It's disgusting and sad. And like I said, it's an indigenous family, and that's what the excuse is. as far as I'm concerned, because they're just not as important as the rest of us are. And I think that is unbelievably not okay. Okay. So there it is. Spread their names, guys. The Jack family out of British Columbia, Canada. Let it be known, please. Let it be known that RCMP closed the case because they thought they were found. They didn't look into it. They just thought they were found. So they closed the case. That one really blew the top off my head and made me sick. So it is what it is. Please don't go to Canada. If you live in Canada, be careful. We got some Canadians in here and I adore them. Just don't have anything happen there because I just don't trust the RCMP. That's all I'm saying. I just don't. Not when it comes to missing people, not when it comes to the indigenous, not when it comes to any of that. And it's very disheartening and very saddening to me that it has to be that way. But that's all. You know, it is what it is. Just be safe. Please and thank you. Yes, safety. I'm wishing and willing safety to all of our Canadian family up north there. They claimed they thought they were found. Yeah, that's it right there, Eddie. They claimed that that's the answer they gave. What the truth probably is that, well, what I believe the truth is they just didn't care. It was unimportant. It was a poor First Nation family that didn't give anything to society, their society, that they needed. So therefore they were unimportant. That's the answer that I want to give. That's the answer that I believe is the truth. And that is a problem, folks. We have so many. Go look it up. Go Google it. Go look how many First Nation people are missing right now out of Canada. It's going to blow your mind. Okay. It's absolutely disheartening. So again, thank you guys. Yeah. And that's it right there. You can never, ever take someone else's word for it, especially not there. You would think that you could trust in law enforcement to be able to handle something like that, but I guess not. Brian said my sister's first husband was Canada. Got you, Brian. Got you. Like I said, just go Google, guys, how many First Nation people are missing right now. It's so sad. And I can promise you that probably 93% of them haven't been looked for. That's the other side of it that bothers me. So unbelievable. So anyway, Mama Bear, thank you for sticking here for so long. I know you got stuff to do. I'm sorry that it took so long again, you guys, but I wanted both of these cases to be fully heard. The first one was a little more long-winded than I thought. I forgot the man talked through the end of it. He talked probably for the last hour or 45 minutes of that. He talked about the same things again and again. So I'm sorry about that. We'd have been done a lot sooner if it wasn't for that. And like I said, I just wanted every bit of the story, both stories to be heard because I think they're both very important. Neither one got, any airplay or any kind of airtime or anything like that to give some information on them to maybe help in some way. But, I did the best I could. I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day. The boss lady is home today and we're in the midst of spring cleaning. So I don't know if you'll see me or not. If you do it, maybe later on. So I would love to be in here. She's the boss and I got to do what she's got to tell me. You know what I mean? So yeah. That is what it is. But I hope to see you guys later because I enjoy these dual shoot or 2 shows a day thing. So it is Friday though. And if all you hard workers are home for the day, for the week, I hope you enjoy your rest of your weekend, guys. If I don't see you tonight, I promise you'll see me in the morning for the morning show. And tomorrow night for the Creepy Unexplained and Scary Saturday nights, we're going to be looking into a situation, for those of you that didn't hear me earlier, out of, actually it happened in Russia, you guys. It's Hamar Daban Pass. And you guys have heard of the Datlev, I think I'm saying it wrong, Datlev Pass and Donner Pass and all those things. This makes those look like somebody went on a little country hike. Okay, this is crazy. So we're going to be looking into that and some other stuff that goes along with that tomorrow night. For those of you that are interested in the supernatural, paranormal, creepy, unexplained type stuff, well, that's what it's all about. And I hope to see you guys there for that. I'm hoping I might see you guys tonight just to hang out or whatever, if nothing else. And tomorrow morning for the morning show, that won't be anything like this. It'll just be, it is. Mama Bear, thank you for your time. Everybody, I hope you guys subscribe to Mama Bear. Hit the like button over there. Notification bell so you don't miss nothing. And I am now a mod for Mama Bear.
Yes.
SRB thought that she was the only one that got it. And then I got it. So, haha, hee hee, ho ho.
So did Alicia.
Whatever. Anyway, they thought they were going to rule over there. And then you gave it to me. And I was like, you think so? Anyway, I'm just kidding. I love you guys. You know it. Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad that we got to do this. I'm glad we got the dual streaming thing back up.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Now look at Tomboy. He's got the hurt feelings now. Uh-oh.
I had to just grab a couple and throw them in there.
Yeah. It's okay. You guys are here. Or am I not important anymore? Everybody wants to be with you.
Look at Stormy.
I know. Everybody wants to be with you. It must smell that bad over here, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever. Anyway. It was an emergency situation. That's why it happened, you guys. So don't worry about it. You guys have an amazing rest of your night. If I don't see you, amazing rest of your day. Brian, everybody that was in here, it's wonderful to see you all. Everybody else, it's wonderful to see you all. I hope you guys have a great, great day. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people, and we will see you guys very, very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. I'll see you later.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the likes, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness.